A very good evening to all of you. I, Dr. Neema, welcome Dr. Kumar Ji, please host the conference National Communication stage, and Dr. Anil Khurana is Chairman, National Commission for Homeopathy, and we are really it's go. Stage please. Please. Thank you. It's indeed a pleasure to have with us other eminent people also from Ayush sector, from National Council for Homeopathy, and also from National Council for Indian Systems of Medicine. And also we have the presence of Director Generals. We are waiting to have Director Generals of other research councils as well joining us very soon. But not delaying anymore, I think we can begin with the felicitations now. I request Mr. Shaji John, who is Vice President of Sales South Asia and Southeast Asia, EBSCO Information Sciences Services India, and kind enough to organize this workshop here today, to be here on the stage for felicitating all the dignitaries on the stage, please. I first request Mr. Shaji John to felicitate our chief guest, Dr. Anil Khurana, please. There's a small memento and a little rosebud for the welcoming ceremony. Mr. Shaji John to Dr. Anil Khurana, please. Thank you so much. I now request Mr. Shaji John to also felicitate our Director General, CCRH, Dr. Subhash Kaushik. Also a memento and a rosebud. Thank you. I now request him to please felicitate Dr. Sunil Ramteke, Assistant Director, CCRH. Also extending our greetings to Dr. O.P. Verma, Librarian, CCRH, and the man behind the conference. And also welcoming Mrs. Meenakshi Bhatia, Junior Librarian, CCRH. Mrs. Shaji John, please. Thank you. May I now request Dr. Subhash Kaushik, Director General, CCRH, to please welcome Mrs. Shaji John, and Dr. O.P. Verma, if you can kindly join as well. And Rose. Dr. Subhash Kaushik, if you can kindly welcome Mrs. Shaji John with a small memento and a flower bud, please. Thank you. Also, Dr.
प्रशांत को बुला लीजिए.
कहाँ पे बुला रहे हैं?
NCIS.
कहाँ है डॉक्टर प्रशांत कौन? We are having the presence of Dr. Prashant from Dr. Prasad. Dr. Prasad, please, from NCH. We have, okay. Yeah, we have Dr. Srinivasa Prasad Buduru, who is President of Board of Ayurveda. I request him to please join us on the stage. And I request Mr. Shaji John also to welcome him now with a flower bud. Thank you. We are also joined by Dr. K. Janardhan Nair, President, Medical Assessment and Rating Board for Homeopathy, NCH. I request Dr. Harpreet to kindly welcome Dr. Nair as well. We also have the presence of President of Board of Unani, Siddha and Sova Dikpa, Dr. K. Jagannathan, requesting Dr. Surbhi Jain to welcome him. Dr. Harpreet Kaur to Dr. Jagannathan. And Dr. Surbhi Jain welcoming Dr. K. Janardhan Nair. Thank you very much. Thank you all. Now for a ceremonial beginning of the event, I request the dignitaries to please proceed for lighting the lamp. As the lamp lights, you hear in background the Saraswati Vandana. We may proceed for the lamp lighting. Dr. Shalini, please help them with the lamp lighting ceremony. As the lamp lights, you hear in background the Saraswati Vandana, requesting the goddess of knowledge to eliminate ignorance and illuminate our path to knowledge and progress. Thank you so much, dignitaries. Thank you so much. May I now request Dr. O.P. Verma, Librarian CCRH, to deliver his welcome address, please.
Good morning to one and all present here. Respected Dr. Anil Khurana ji, Chairperson of National Commission for Homeopathy. Dr. R.K. Manchanda ji, Director Ayush, Delhi Government. He has joined online. And Dr. Prashant from NCISM. And Dr. Subhash Kaushik ji, Director General, Dr. Sunil Ramtek, Assistant Director Homeopathy, and Mrs. Meenakshi Bhatia, and all delegates. Today, we all have gathered here to celebrate One Day National Conference 2022. I am extremely honored and feel privileged to have given the opportunity to address everyone on this very special occasion. It becomes a pleasure for me to see again a gathering of this kind after 1 year. First of all, on behalf of the organizing committee of the CCRH National Conference 2022, we would like to welcome our chief guest, Dr. Anil Khurana ji, Chairperson of National Commission for Homeopathy, Dr. Manchanda ji, Director Ayush, guest of honor. Special invitees Dr. Prashant ji, Dr. Srinivas Prasad ji, Dr. K. Jagannath ji, President from National Commission of Indian System of Medicine, Dr. J. Janardhan Nair ji, from President from National Council for Research in National Council for Homeopathy, and the panelists and guest speakers, all delegates, and my colleagues to this important event. I also welcome with warm heart all the participants who have honored us by taking part physically as well as virtually in this national conference on new digital trends and tools in clinical and decision support. Challenges for publication of research paper have grown as major concerns in the recent decades across the world. Advancement of digital storage facility and web-based search engines has made access and retrieval of information easier. People are conveniently downloading and using information without looking into various adverse consequences attached to this. It is heartening to see a lot of buzz in the digital library space today. While this is a good development, but it brings a lot of challenges at the time. The challenges become bigger and complicated when it comes to digital health libraries. Mrs. EBSCO is a US-based organization with a history of over 75 years and operations in India nearing around 25 years, which is the pioneer in the integrating our offerings in terms of contents with accessibility solutions. The objective of conference is to understand the showcase contents and technology solution package called EBSCO Clinical Suite to researchers and academicians of the organizations under Ministry of Ayush, and also the challenges faced by researchers in communicating about their research, adding richness to their understanding of practices and policies, as well as publication ethics will be discussed. An honest intention which had existed like flickering number for quite some time in me got suddenly reverberated when Mr. Sanjay Goswami, Mr. Shakti Vats and Mrs. Rasmi Chaudhary from EBSCO in an informal talk had proposed if a joint program could be organized on the topic new digital trends and tools in clinical and decision support on hybrid mode. Such a reminder was perhaps something that I was waiting for. Due to cooperative and encouraging environment in the Central Council for Research in Homeopathy, it took no time to arrive at a consensus to hold a national conference on the subject, mobilizing staff members and associates from our outreach and entire fraternity along with some scholars and academics. Seeing the national conference has come to reality with overwhelming support of the participants from the states across the country who have connected online is a great pleasure and satisfaction for me. Our eminent speakers, Dr. Surendra Rana ji, PGIMR, Chandigarh, Dr. Jagdish Arora, former director in FilmNet and advisor from National Board of Accreditations, Sri Saji John, Vice President, Sri Sanjay Goswami, Sri Satyajit Walyan, Sri Rajesh Bhatt and Sri Shakti Vas from EBSCO have come for this conference. They are not only rich in content but also eye-opener for their valuable insights and analysis. There are 5 lectures to be covered in 2 technical sessions, followed by a panel discussion session on the topic Challenges for CAM, Complementary and Alternative Medicine, Journals and Content in Mainstream Publishing. This session will be graced by our learned panelists, Dr. Anil Khurana ji, Dr. R.K. Manchanda ji, Dr. Subhas Kaushik ji, Sri Saji John, Sri Sanjay Goswami and Dr. Jagdish Arora ji. I owe my personal gratitude to my colleague, Dr. Sunil Ramtek, Sri Sudhir Kumar, Dr. Saji Kumar, Dr. Renu Mittal, Dr. Pritha Mehra, Dr. Chetra, Dr. Dibya Taneja, Dr. Harleen Kaur, Dr. Ritika Narula, Dr. Deepti Singh, Dr. Suhana, Mrs. Meenakshi Bhatia, Dr. Tanya, Dr. Shalini and Dr. Deji, Devinder Singh, Amarjit and Anurag Vajpayee and Sri Jayaprakash and all members of respective teams from the council and Mr. Sanjay Goswami, Mr. Shakti Vats and Mrs. Rasmi Chaudhary from EBSCO for carrying out the foundation works in the best of their capacity. The Director General of the Council, Dr. Subhas Kaushik, has always remained besides the cause. The friends in the offices across the states have readily responded to our request and appeal to be part of this event. Last but not the least are the staff and officers from our headquarter office. It has been a pleasure to work with such a professional and committed team. Organizing this conference would have become impossible without their profound support during the preparatory phase. I would like to request everyone to kindly cooperate with us throughout the program for making it successful. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Verma. I think your welcome address has really warmed up the wintry morning of Monday today. And thank you for highlighting everyone's contributions and welcoming everyone over here. It's now time to invite upon Dr. Subhash Kaushik, Director General, Central Council for Research in Homeopathy, for his introductory remarks, please. Thank you.
A very good morning to all the dignitary on the dais, off the dais, all the dear delegates. It's a matter of great honor to welcome you all to this conference organized by Central Council for Research in Homeopathy. The aim of this conference is to develop an understanding of the showcased content and technology solutions package called ABISCO, and also to discuss the challenges researchers face in enhancing the availability, accessibility and quality of communicating homeopathic research. ABISCO is the leading provider of research database, e-journals, book collections, and a significant provider of technology, library technology, e-books and clinical decision solutions for universities, colleges, hospital, corporations, government and schools. Earlier we used to rely on the books and journals, as they are the traditional source of knowledge. They are usually well researched and provide a comprehensive view of the topic. However, they can also be biased, outdated and limited in the scope. Additionally, they can be difficult to access, especially if unavailable in your local library. In the past 20 years, information technologies has advanced astonishingly. It has changed the way we live, work and communicate with each other. Information technology has revolutionized our existence from the early days of the internet to the widespread use of smartphones. At the same time, digital libraries offer a more convenient and updated version of the same information without much physical effort. They are typically more objective than books, as they provide a variety of perspective on a topic. They are also more accessible, as they can be accessed from anywhere in the world with an internet connection. Additionally, digital libraries are constantly being updated with new information, making them a more reliable source of knowledge. The intellectual world has been brought closer to the extent that the amount of data being handled by the internet or information technology today is beyond the imagination. The internet came into wide uses only in early 1990, hardly 30 years ago. But today we cannot imagine the world without it. It requires our mental efforts or willingness to learn and evolve daily with the changing information world. The information generated worldwide is available in other parts within seconds, and that information is pulled at the internet level. However, information cannot be just garbage in and out. Practical information need to be filtered out and need to be adapted in such a manner that it paves the way for future learning. That is where the importance of this workshop on digital trends comes from. The new digital trend, along with clinical and decision support tools, have also turned many stones in this journey. As healthcare continues to evolve, so do the tools and technologies used to support clinicians in making informed decisions. These not only provide the available data, but are able to consolidate, synthesize, and present in it a comprehensive, usable format of recommendation of care to the patients. Technology such as virtual reality is also being used to innovatively deliver medical education to students and practitioners. It allows learners to experience processes and procedures in a virtual environment, to learn essential skills including soft and medical skills, for communication and examinations. We need to make the best of technology, not only from the new perspective, but as a researcher, it is our responsibility to reach the level of visibility so that the research data presented and included in this database is qualitatively and quantitatively enough to make a mark in the practice recommendations for homeopathic practice across the world. By combining the power of these digital trends and tools, big data, with the increasing prevalence of mobile technology in healthcare, we must walk the path of advancement in healthcare technology in the future and make our mark on it. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Kaushik sir, to help us understand EBSCO and the solutions it provides. EBSCO, ladies and gentlemen, is a very wide database that offers a lot of solutions to researchers and clinicians. And our CCH library has more than 33,000 contributions and in terms of various resources from EBSCO. It's now time to request Dr. Sunil Ramteke, Assistant Director, Central Council for Research in Homeopathy, for his special address, please. Thank you, sir.
Good morning to everyone. Respected dignitaries on dais, Dr. R.K. Manchandaji, former DG CCRH and present Director, Ayush, Directorate of Ayush, Government of NCT of Delhi, who is joining this conference virtually. Dr. Anil Khurana ji, former Director General, CCRH, present Chairperson of NCH, Dr. Prashant, President, NCIM, Dr. Subhas Kaushik ji, Director General, CCRH, Dr. O.P. Verma ji, Librarian cum IT Manager of CCRH, Sri Saji John, Vice President of Sales, South Asia, Southeast Asia, EBSCO Information Services, India, and his team, and all the officers and officials of CCRH present in this conference. I welcome all of you on this occasion. I am very much pleased that CCRH is organizing one-day national conference on new digital trends and tools in clinical and decision support in collaboration with EBSCO Information Services. We all know that homeopathy includes both science and art. Artistic method, it is a direct method of selection of remedy adopted by most experienced physicians on the basis of most peculiar symptom within the short period of the time. Most experienced physicians try to find out eliminating symptoms or peculiar symptoms at the level of mental general, physical general, characteristic particulars, and select the medicines accordingly. Artistic prescriber select the medicine by following the theory of anamnesis, that is the process by which we find out and considering the unique peculiarity of the drug or patient. In scientific method, it is an indirect method of selection of remedy adopted by beginner on the basis of totality of symptom. It requires more time as well as mechanical aid to select medicine. In scientific method, the explanation or justification for selection of remedy is available. CCRH being a research organization, we are following scientific method for selection of remedy as well as for generating, validating, consolidating scientific evidences in terms of safety, efficacy, effectiveness of homeopathic medications, procedures, and treatment regime. When practitioners becomes experienced along with time, his or her prescription becomes better, but this experience remain with them only. A new practitioners find it challenging to practice until they reaches this stage. This has made a traditional learning, but computers and subsequently artificial intelligence has changed this scenario dramatically. The clinical evidence-based approach has emerged a new paradigm or model for practice, integrating practitioners' clinical expertise with the best available external clinical evidence. The use of these databases speed up the process for busy physician. It helps them make a sense of a significant amount of available research results by combining separately conducted studies, synthesizing their results, and providing evidence for clinical practice. Research happening at any part of the world, published in any language, get included in these databases. Databases aggregates and synthesize research data where all research and literature are reflected on the practitioner's experience to develop treatment recommendation, facilitating physician toward evidence-based treatment approach. Everyone can benefit from these experiences at any level. Databases are resources that provide synopsis of evidence-based information in an accessible form and integrate answers to physicians and patients related questions into clinical practice in the shortest, most specific way possible, which is physically challenging to do by books. Using artificial intelligence, clinical decision support software is designed to be a direct aid to clinical decision making, in which the characteristics of an individual patient are matched to computerized clinical decision base and patient specific assessments or recommendation are then presented to the clinician for decision. Primarily used at point of care, the tool is an aid for the clinician to combine their knowledge with information or suggestion provided by database system such as IPSCO. The benefit also include increased quality of care and enhance health outcomes, avoidance of errors, improved efficiency, and providers and patients' satisfaction. CCRH has always believed in quality output magnified by all kinds of supporting technologies, and in that sense, this National Conference on New Digital Trends and Tools in Clinical and Decision Support is going to be a step in right directions. For homeopathy, it is even more important that we are able to validate our traditional prescription processes and medicine in different clinical conditions, including new novel disease condition emerging such as COVID-19 pandemic. CCRH undertake research studies with aim to publish research finding in high quality reputed journals so that the consolidated research evidence is useful for the practitioner in the field for optimum treatment of patient. How is a researcher better than any ordinary practitioner, being what we need to learn and evolve ourselves every day? This effort by library team of the council to bring together IPSCO with us today to discuss and deliberate on these aspects is therefore commendable. Organization of such conferences are immensely beneficial for researchers, practitioners, academicians, and students to learn many new things. All participants will gain knowledge on new digital trends and tools and clinical and decision support through this conference. I greet for the grand success of this conference. I extend my humble gratitude to respected Director General, CCRS and library team, specifically librarian cum IT manager, for giving me opportunity to speak on this occasion. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Ramteke, sir, for this insightful talk. It's now time to hear from EBSCO's one of the very special representatives for an informative, knowledge-packed address. Mr. Shadi John is an industry veteran with over 3 decades of experience and currently serves as the Vice President of Sales, South Asia and Southeast Asia, EBSCO Information Services, India. He started EBSCO's Indian operations 26 years back and has been in several positions since then. Mr. Shadi John, over to you, please. Thank you.
Check. A very good morning to all of you in a cold Delhi morning, which everyone was possibly scared to get out of their kambal or bed, the rajais, whatever we use. Thank you all, first of all, for being here. Dr. Anil Khurana, Chairperson, National Council for Homeopathy. Dr. Raj K. Manchanda, Director Ayush in absentia. Dr. Subhash Kaushik, Director General CCRH. Dr. Srinivas Prasad, President NCSIM. Dr. Sunil Ramteke, Assistant Director. Dr. O.P. Verma, Librarian and IT Manager, CCRH. Mrs. Meenakshi Bhatia, friends and colleagues from EBSCO. EBSCO is very pleased to be part of the National Conference on new digital trends and tools in clinical decision support, jointly organized by EBSCO Information Service and the Central Council for Research in Homeopathy. Though the program schedule states that it's a joint conference, I have no hesitation in stating that Dr. O.P. Verma and his efficient colleagues, all from the library, are the primary movers to make this happen. I have no hesitation also in acknowledging this fact and thank him for his vision and support. At the outset, let me give you a small brief about EBSCO. It wouldn't be long. We are a 75-plus-year-old company. I belong to the publishing division of EBSCO, which is headquartered 45 miles off Boston in a place called Ipswich. But EBSCO as a company is a large conglomerate. It's a privately held company, and our sales turnover exceeds $3 billion, which would be up over 27,000 crores plus, depending upon the exchange rate. We are having different types of business, including if you were in the United States and wanted to buy a rifle for hunting, we would provide you that. If you thought that today is a day I could go fishing, possibly the fishing rods is also something that EBSCO deals with. But I will not be talking today on any of those. I'm talking from the publishing part of the business. So that is what EBSCO is. We are a 75-year-old plus company. It's a well-managed company, one of the biggest. We cater to over 100,000 libraries worldwide. If you were in Stanford or Harvard or Oxford or go to any institution around the world, you would find EBSCO providing one or the other services. In this area, I would also like to make an honest confession. It is the first in my 25 years that I'm taking part in a complementary and alternative medicine seminar our institution just running that particular academic curriculum. We have been in Indian space operating in India when I first joined EBSCO in 1988. So this coming February, we would complete about 25 years of existence. The reason of not participating possibly in a CAM or CAM-related subject area or discipline conferences is primarily because possibly business interests never materialized, or possibly we didn't have products that cater to that particular segment. I'm happy to tell you there are 3 major databases. EBSCO as a company produces over 450 databases cutting across many subject disciplines. We have databases for elementary schools, kindergarten school, children. We have databases for middle school, high school, and like that it can go on to postdoctoral students too. So we have a databases, whether it is in management, social sciences, humanities, economics, literature, you name the subject area, we would have a resource that would help you meet your research needs. I want to draw your attention to 3 major databases that we produce for your area, your subject disciplines. One is called the Allied and Complementary Medicine Database, known as AMED. AMED is produced by the British Library from its own holdings that is within their particular library. So they created a huge database that is over 12,000 plus articles are available, but it's an indexed format. So, and the areas that are covered are complementary and alternative medicine, fibromyalgia, occupational therapy, palliative care, physiotherapy, podiatry, rehabilitation, speech and language therapy. So this is an area that you might want to consider because all the major research happens through bibliographic databases or the index level at the first stage, followed by when you get those index and abstracting records, you possibly want the full text of it. The Alternative Health Watch is a database, a full text database, specially tuned for the CAM discipline. Not much of journals is available here. About 46 journals are available for you for your research purposes. And all the major topics that I said earlier is included, including Chinese medicine journals, are covered. Now the question comes, and that's the third database that we have, which is called Natural and Alternative Treatments. It is another reference center that we have created for you to do your academic research. Over 12,000 clinical research studies across 700 articles are published inside this particular database. There's a saying that seeing is believing. So we would try and showcase to you during the course of the day what we are talking about, and it is not something that we just want to give some sort of sales talk. When I first set up this EBSCO business in India, I was the first employee. We had about 150 plus or close to 200 databases at that point of time. We did not have a single journal, Indian journal. All the journals were international. The only journal possibly we had, it's not fair to say we didn't have any Indian journal. The only journal we had was a journal called Chemical Business, published from Mumbai. Today, EBSCO has over 750 Indian journals in our various databases. It could be medical, it could be social sciences, humanities, economics, or whatever area. So if you have journals that you would like to index in our database, please do let us know. Or if you have some topics, or if you can suggest some journals that you would want to be included, please either get in touch with me or my colleagues. We would be happy to index those titles in our databases. There are 2 benefits for doing that. First of all, the person writing that journal gets an exposure, and that is what academicians look for. Your articles, as I mentioned earlier, we sell to over 100,000 libraries worldwide, your article published in Delhi or in another remote place in India would get exposure to South Africa or UK or US or whichever country it is, if it is relevant for that researcher. As I said, now with 450 databases we publish, we have over 750 active published databases. If you take the halted ones, it should go to over 1,000. Now when you include journals, we have, and how did that happen? In events like this, when I speak, I tell the researcher or the faculty, please suggest journals that you would want to license. It is a great exposure. If your authors who write into your journals are given those exposure, more number of people will write into your journal rather than an alternative journal. It is also, as far as citation goes, if you are cited more times, the better it is from the academic standpoint of view. Now, when we included all these titles at the first place, it came with more challenges too. If you see, one of the titles I included was Journal of Flexible Systems from IIT Delhi. Then I included, over a period of time, we included Vikalpa, which further went on, which is published by IIM Ahmedabad. I again included IMB Review, which is published by Indian Institute of Management, Bangalore. Now what happens when it reaches a certain level, because of commercial interest, IIM Bangalore gave the journal to Sage for publication. So these are the things that goes on, and for users and researchers, you should be aware of how publishing happens and what are the good and bad aspects of it. I again wish this, I would like to wish this conference the best, and I do not want to take much more time. I hope all of you have a fruitful session. If you like the seminar, please to tell us how it is. If you do not like it, then don't tell someone else, keep it to yourself. Thank you, bye-bye.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Mr. John. That was really a very insightful talk, and we are able to understand what to look forward to in the conference during the day. Dear delegates, calling upon now who is virtually connected to us, Dr. Raj Manchanda, the man who needs no introduction, the former Director General of CCRH, the International Secretary for Research of the reputed Liga Medicorum Homeopathica Internationalis, and presently the Director of Ayush Department, Government of Delhi. Dr. Raj Manchanda, can you hear us? He's connected with us. He was to join us as the guest of honor today physically, but guess whether played the spoiler or he had some other preoccupations, and he will be joining us during the lunch and after that. And meanwhile, we will be connecting with him virtually to hear his address as guest of honor. Do we have the IT people here? Mr. Rahul, Mr. Naveen? Okay. Oh, he's with us. Welcome, Manchanda sir. Can you hear us?
Yes, I can hear you. I hope I am also audible.
Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. Thank you very much for giving me this opportunity. Good morning to all of you, all the dignitaries on the dais. I congratulate Central Council for Research in Homeopathy that they are organizing such a wonderful program on a very, very important subject. When you look at today, in all walks of life, digitization is most important thing. Today we need digitalization in education, in research, in clinical decision making. When I look at the current situation of homeopathy, I think we are far behind. Our journal, IGRH, got digitalized only about 10-15 years back. So there are similarly many other important information available in homeopathy that is yet to be digitalization in respect of many institutions. If you see the profile of homeopathy across the globe, we have presence in about 100 countries, several 100 institutions are there all over the world, they are not connected. And I think the initiative that now CCRH has taken in collaboration with Abisco is very, very important. And Abisco, we all know about it. They are into this business for the last quite some time, giving lot of opportunity to clinicians, researchers, as well as educational institutions to be connected and to know what all is going on. Like in all our medical colleges in India, we already know that they are doing lot of postgraduate, there are many postgraduate students, many PhD students, they are doing their thesis work, and there is lot of duplication and lot of copying also from one to another. But through these digital databases, or if all this information is available, as some of it is already available also because we did some bibliographical research and there is one publication also. So we realized that all such digital platforms are very, very important to be connected not only within India but outside India also. Like there are certain institutions in South Africa and different parts of the world where a lot of research is happening in homeopathy, and all those theses are available now in these digital databases. So I hope all our researchers and all those who are attending this conference will be adequately sensitized about how to use these databases and how they all can contribute also to these databases. Thank you very much. I'll be joining you in the afternoon, hopefully, if everything goes well. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Dr. Manchanda. It was great to hear from you, and we look forward to seeing you later in the day. Thank you so much. And this is the moment to hear the precious words from Dr. Anil Khurana, Chairman, National Commission for Homeopathy, and also the former Director General of Central Council for Research in Homeopathy, as he delivers his inaugural address and declares the conference open.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for giving me this opportunity to address the gathering who are deliberating a very important topic among researchers. Dignitaries on the dais, my colleagues from Ayush fraternity, I see here participation from Ayurveda and Unani researchers also. That's a good gesture from our side that we should go together when we talk about evidence-based research. Let's discuss together. I see here Dr. Mangesh Jatkar. I think he was not introduced. He is a member of our Homeopathy Education Board in NCH. He is now responsible looking into the scientific curriculum which we are now developing, a dynamic curriculum which we are developing for homeopathic sector. When we talk about this particular topic of digital solutions and this clinical decision making process, a lot of technological tools are now available in the market. Absco is a prime main facility available to us when we deal about medical databases and other solutions. I was looking towards this particular brochure of Absco Clinical Suite. It's an important tool which I think we should imbibe when we make an awareness about how to digitize our clinical decision making when we are into clinical practice. We can use this technology. It's an important tool in collecting our and referring to some of patient care data which is available on this particular platform. Although CCRH had started that process of HCCR, a repository, I think that will take a little while time to collect that kind of a data of clinical case reporting with an evidence base some kind of a data there which is available, which might be available there in future. Ayush Research Portal is one of the database which is available through the Ministry of Ayush, and many other such databases are there in the market which we usually refer while we go for a extensive literature review, as we have been seeing through many other databases, whether it is PubMed, Central, Embase, even this EBSCO, which is now providing all these solutions together at one platform. So, being researchers here, sitting here, from junior research fellows to senior research officers who are sitting here, and senior officers, senior scientists here from allied disciplines also, we need to know the importance of these information which is available digitally, and how we have to design our research when we refer to these resources. With a simple example, when we book a car on any app, we place there a simple our address there. If it is a precise address, the car reaches to your home. If you similarly, when you want to address a simple research question, you have to understand your search should be very focused so that you do not waste time on other resources which are not relevant to you. And these databases, medical databases, help you in reaching out to those kind of a focused attention areas which you want to find an answer to. And that's why that helps you in finding out those kind of literature available digitally in different manners, so that you reach out to that particular solution. And that saves your time in searching out, which was very extensive exercise when we used to do it manually in libraries. I read when myself and Dr. Verma, we were on a training to NIC on mesh technologies terms almost 25 years back, 30 years back. The technology has gone to that high level that on mobile now you are able to do everything. So that kind of development has come up, and we should be well acquainted with these kind of solutions available to us, so as to have a comprehensive look as well as a focused area where we want to venture into. These solutions will be helping us, and I congratulate CCRH to have taken up this initiative of combining these solutions through our EBSCO, who are now facilitating this kind of understanding with us. We will be deliberating this the whole day. So I will not take much of your time because we are already late. We want to go into technical sessions, which are learning process among us. So thank you for inviting me in, and I inaugurate this particular learning sessions, which is a conference. I think there are many scientists who are connected digitally also through virtually. I understand there are more than 80 scientists who have joined virtually here also. So I hope these discussions will be highly meaningful, and I'll be there here in these sessions, next sessions. We will discuss more. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Khurana sir. It's always a pleasure to hear from you, and Dr. Khurana has been the true spokesperson for widening our research horizons when it comes to data searching, and he says sky is the limit when you have to search your database for literature review and other things. So thank you so much for that enlightening lecture, sir, and I now request Mrs. Meenakshi Bhatia, Junior Librarian CCRH, to propose a vote of thanks as we near the last part of the inaugural ceremony.
A very good morning to all of you. It is indeed an honor and my privilege to propose vote of thanks. On behalf of Council, I take this opportunity to express my sincere thanks to Dr. Anil Khurana, Chairperson, National Council for Homeopathy, for gracing the occasion as Chief Guest. His presence today in this conference has immensely enhanced its importance. I extend a very heart thankful to guest of honor Dr. R.K. Manchanda, Director, Directorate of Ayush, Delhi Government, for having spared his precious time and bestowing his gracious virtual presence and good wishes for the conference. I also convey my thanks to Shri Srinivas Prasad Budruji for gracing the conference. I, on behalf of my library team, would like to thank our Director General, Dr. Subhash Kaushik, for believing in us and giving us opportunity to organizing this national conference. At the same time, I would also like to thank all my seniors, Dr. Sunil Ramteke, Dr. O.P. Verma, Shri Sudhir Kumarji, and Dr. Shaji Kumar for their constant guidance and motivation for the entire conference activities. A very special token of thanks to Shri Shaji John, Vice President of Sales, South Asia and Southeast Asia, ABESCO Information Services India, for collaborating with us and extending all possible help from ABESCO. A team of ABESCO Information Service India have been the main task force behind the scene and contributed throughout the event. We owe our heartfelt thanks to them as well. I express our deep appreciation to all my learned speakers, panelists and chairpersons for all the valuable input for the technical sessions to follow. My heartfelt thanks goes to the President from NCH and NCIM for gracing the occasion. I am extremely thankful to Dr. Renu Mittal, Dr. Pritha Mehra, Dr. Chetna Deep Lamba, Dr. Divya Taneja, Dr. Harleen Kaur, Dr. Ritika, Dr. Deepti and Dr. Suhana for their special support in this organizing the event. I also wish to express my sincere thanks to my repertoire team for agreeing to extend their support in reporting technical sessions to follow. I also convey our gratitude for all the facilities extended from the conference by administration and coordination section. My very special thanks goes to my library team, Ms. Nisha and Devendra, for their support, dedication, teamwork and untiring efforts. They all worked smilingly shoulder to shoulder to make this conference as it is today. Last but not the least, I am grateful to the delegates for being a part of the conference, as I believe that no show is possible without the audience. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Meenakshi ma'am, for that vote of thanks, and thank you for naming everyone and anyone. I think everybody has really contributed very passionately to the conference, for the conference work. And with this, we conclude our inaugural ceremony, and we have the refreshments waiting for you outside. Should we have the group photo now or later in the day? Should we? Okay, we can have one group photograph, as authorities say, right now, and after that we'll be breaking for tea. Refreshments are being served outside, and I think exactly after half an hour, which would be 40 minutes past 11, we would be resuming. Also, for those who are connected with us virtually, please note that we would be resuming at 30 minutes after this. So that's 10 minutes to 12, 11:50. We would try to resume our session, and if it all depends if you cooperate with us for that. Right now, if I can call upon everyone, or should we do it in parts, sir? Should we do it in parts? So requesting all the officers from various organizations to please come over on the stage first for the group photograph. All the officers, please, from CCRH, Noida Institute, and other organization, NCH, NCISM. If you can all join us on the stage. All officers from CCRUM, CCRAS, all the officers first, and then probably we will have the senior research fellows and research associates and other associates of the organizations as well in the second part of the group photograph. अपनी टीम को उसके बाद नेक्स्ट बुला लो अब हाँ सर इफ यू कैन जस्ट टेक द सीट प्लीज
करना ये जगह ही वेस्ट हो यहाँ तक आ जाओ
आप छप जाओ
Calling upon the library and the IT team of CCRH. Do we have them here? Library and the IT team and the core team, the co-working team of the conference. If Amarjeet, please join us for the group photograph. And do we have your library team with us right now? Okay, and yes, Dr. Tanya, Dr. Daisy, Dr. Shanli, please be on the stage. The core team, Mr. Anurag, please join us. And then the next picture that we are going to have is going to be of all of the staff, remaining staff. Yes, the main support system. Yes, the library and IT support and the technical support. Yes, please join us on the stage. Sunny, please join us on the stage for a group photograph. This is the working team of the conference. So a group photograph is going to be precious. Dr. Deepti, please join. Dr. Ritika. Dr. Shaji. So this is a co-working group, organizing team of the conference. Pratha ma'am, please join us. You all know who you are, so please don't miss yourself in joining. Thank you. Thank you so much. Now for the most patient, our research fellows and research associates, please join us on the stage. Thank you so much. Lakhera sir, did we miss you in the group photograph? You were able to join. Okay, great. Farah ma'am, did you join? Yeah, okay. So I hope I have not missed anybody. In case there is someone who's got missed, please join us in this group photograph. Yeah, EBSCO is going to be the last one but not the least. You're going to have your exclusive moment for the photograph. It's going to be the last precious one. Yeah. I think they all are now used to having a big group photograph. They know where to stand. Please find your spots so that you're seen. आगे वाले हमेशा फायदे में रहते हैं, उनको वो दिखते हैं हमेशा. Thank you so much. The entire EBSCO team, and I think we missed 2 IT people. IT people did not join. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm using my Geo dongle. Not a problem. नेट चाहिए होगा
इसके लिए मेरे
Start with the first technical session of the conference, and I request everyone to settle down fast, please. Verma sir, if Verma sir, Verma sir, if we can,
I can
I
change
think
from here
post
only.
a request in the group for all the officers and the staff to join us. I think most of the officers have left the auditorium
You
now.
want to stand here?
So if we can post a message in the group with a direction. So, because a lot of staff seems to be missing right now, so
Yeah,
if we
I'll
can.
join him in presenting.
Yeah, please have a seat. Please have a seat. I'll just request you to take up the stage in a moment. All right, so this is the first technical session of the conference, New Digital Trends and Tools in Clinical and Decision Support. And I hope we are online as well. Ms. Vandana, if you can confirm me, we are online already. Okay, so welcome back our online delegates as well. And we are going to cover two topics in this session, one being best practices and solutions for adopting digital resources for medical libraries, and the other one being EBSCO Clinical Suite, world-class digital gateway and tools for clinicians. And I'm to inform you that Dr. Surinder Rana, Professor and Head Unit Department of Gastroenterology, Professor in charge Dr. Tulsidas Library Postgraduate Institute of Medical Education and Research, Chandigarh. He is going to join us in a while. His flight got delayed due to foggy season. So we are going to begin with the first lecture, and the chairperson very kindly of this technical session, Dr. Khurana has consented to be the chairperson of this session. He is the chairperson, National Commission for Homeopathy, and the repertoires are going to be Dr. Ashwini and Dr. Sanmeet Kaur. Kindly raise your hands if you're already present here. Right. So, and we are going to start with the first session, which will be the second one if you see the program schedule, EBSCO Clinical Suite, World-Class Digital Gateway and Tools for Clinicians, which is going to be presented by Mr. Shaji John, Vice President of Sales, South Asia and Southeast Asia, EBSCO Information and Services India, and he will be also joined by his colleague, Mr. Sanjay Goswami, Director of Sales, South Asia, EBSCO Information Services India. So, sir, would you like to give some opening remarks? And then we start with the... Okay, so let's not waste more time and invite our first speaker, Mr. Shaji John, to start his topic. Thank you. You can take it.
Okay, so good afternoon once again. This is going to be a joint presentation between myself and my colleague Sanjay Goswami, as told. I just want to give you a small introduction, and I hope this is going to be interactive. I generally do not like lectures where when I speak to be one way delivery. It should be always nice to get feedbacks, right? So maybe I will ask some questions, and if you respond to that, it becomes more interactive, and it would be beneficial for us. So the EBSCO Clinical Suite, we envisage this as a single point gateway, a single point whereby an user gets to the point of article, research, or materials which is easy and fast, as also something called reliability. So where does, before we start, where does the user start generally research? Can someone respond to this question? Where do you start? Research idea. But where do you search? Databases. Does someone search databases first? Books? Journals? Where do you search your journals and books?
Which platform?
That's where the point is. I was coming to that. Majority section of the world, not only in India but around the world, the Google Baba is our search platform. So here's one question for you. Your library buys journals, right? Journals and books. Your library buys journals and books, right? But your users are in Google. So the library pays Elsevier, Wiley, EBSCO and people like us. But your users are all in Google. So shouldn't the library pay Google? Now the question comes, why are the users in Google? Why are you in Google? It is open. But is it because it is open? There are so many open things. Do you go to that places? There are, what I understand, and please tell me if I am wrong, users go to Google because it is easy, it is convenient, it is fast. You don't need anyone. Anyone has got training from Google to search the Google platform? We are running after users to please come for training, please come for training. We have our training team also here. They are going to universities and institutions asking for, can we train your users? No one is interested, or very few people are interested. Everyone goes to Google. Now what Google has done is something that they made it easy, it is fast, you don't need much of training, it is easy to access. What libraries or librarians, I'm not talking about specific to this institute, but I'm talking general, and vendors like us, be it Elsevier, Wiley, EBSCO, we have made it very complicated for users. Okay, for Elsevier's access, you go to Elsevier, you go to Wiley for Wiley, EBSCO to EBSCO's platform. Every one of us have a platform. And then the user is challenged to be trained onto it. And that's the reason you go to Google. Now what we want to drive is bring the users back from Google to your own library portal. Because the library spends a huge amount of money on journals, books, and other research materials that you need on a day-to-day basis. So that is how the concept of clinical suite comes. So,
all right, thank you for the introduction, Shaji, and putting behind the concept why it is made. So this is a solution which has been created after years of experience of working with various research institutions, PhD scholars, researchers across the globe as well as in India. Specific reason is that we did find that people are struggling even despite having access to very high profile, high impact factor journals which their institutions are subscribing. So not without further ado, I want to introduce EBSCO Clinical Suite. Before that, want to give you a perspective of what a typical busy faculty, researcher or a clinician goes through on a day-to-day basis. How much to do in a day is always a challenge. There are too many academic activities. In that you have too many administrative activities also. If you are a busy faculty at a good position, you are entrusted with a lot of responsibilities. And again the challenge is how much time can you squeeze on a particular day or in a week for your research activities where you want to do what you like the most. So that's where the challenge starts. Even when you have squeezed out time on a weekend, or as we all have gone through two pandemics, the wave 1 and the wave 2, and God knows what's coming in future. So we have to get used to it, and we found that a lot of libraries were or institutions were found on the wrong foot. They were not prepared to let their users access resources which they have invested heavily from their remote locations. People have gone back to their hometowns, some were in the same city, but not in the institution. More so for hospital-like situations, we have seen that they had to close down the reading rooms because obviously, you know, it spreads anywhere and you don't want things to be infected. And who is the staff going to be there? So those kind of challenges were there. So then there were some solutions which were offered as a remote login solutions. And the challenge is, now I'm not talking of only India, I'm talking of across the world experience because as Shaji mentioned in his opening address, we serve over 100,000 institutions across the world. So we do have a collective data coming from all the places, and then we find for a suitable solution which is safe and secure. So what was found, two challenges were found, that even if you are an institution which has got, let's say, 5,000 journal subscription or 2,000 journal subscription from a collective set of publishers, you don't have a single search engine to get you that accurately. And also, how do you securely access? Now, most of the cyber attacks, in fact, if you go to a website called snsi.in, you will find, or seamlessaccess.org, you will find this data, which it's not my data. 33% of the institutions hacked are academic research institutions. And there are bodies, I don't want to name here, which are propagating this illegal access to data, which in heart of hearts researchers are happy because they don't have to pay, but as an institution you can't openly say that we are accessing from that. So the best way forward is to go in a legal way, in an authentic way to access your data, right? So you don't want to depend on systems which are not hacking proof. So that's where this thing comes into consideration, that low accuracy of data and no security or low security is a challenge in current times. So these are the two primary concerns.
Yeah, if I may add, do you know that recently one of the big institutions in Delhi has been hacked? Yeah, all of you know that. And that's one of the primary concerns Sanjay mentioned is related to what he is talking, that this particular institution, the best one, there are people, there are always bad actors in different parts of the world who are out on a mission to create mess for us.
So getting a secured access for institutions or institutional users, as well as faster discovery of content. Now discovery of content in a manner which helps academic research, not Google. So we would say Google is definitely the best possible invention or discovery that happened to the mankind because it is used extensively, but it is not directly suited for academic research, because when you do a Google search and side by side a professional search engine like what we'll show you, there is a huge difference in search quality and result content, right? So you need a search engine aimed at academic research, not just general research. Now the problem of low security access and not very accurate search engines has been complemented by the local providers of solutions which want to sell at an economic cost to the users, because that's how they will be able to sell. Because if a lot of people make this mistake of going for low cost solutions thinking that okay, this is all that we need, and especially it is not clear when you talk in terms of digitalization. Like if I give you a Mobla pen, which is Mont Blanc, and a regular Parker pen, anyone will say, yeah, this costs about 2,000 rupees, this will cost about 40 to 70,000 rupees. You can easily distinguish. But when it comes in a virtual world, you will not be able to identify unless you go really deep technically, okay, which is offering what and what is offering what. So which means that the competing proxy solutions, first I'm talking of the low security remote access solutions. They show three phases. Like for example, if you are an institution, you want a website also, you want a search engine also, you want a remote login also. So they will say, yes, this solution does all these three, as you can see. What do you want to? So if somebody says, I want mainly a remote login solution, here it is. So something gets delivered, not everything that is being promised. So that's the challenge. So cheap proxy-based solutions, remote solutions, compromise on security, compelling service providers to block the IPs, because what happens is, your credentials are hacked or your data can be hacked, there can be a sequential downloading, and the publisher is definitely going to block the access because there is extensive downloading happening. So these are the challenges, and we have heard this problem day in and day out almost every month, because our teams are present across the country. This university access IP has been blocked by the publisher. You can't go out and search on the net because it has been blocked. So that is a challenge. So you have to look for a solution which does not make you fall into this kind of trap. So this is what I already explained. 3 phases of the challenge are that, search engine which is provided, it may be weak, web portal, is not secured, and proxy-based login again, which is not secured. So this is the challenge which I wanted to first show you. And Shaji, you want to talk about this? So this is basically a summarization of what I am, telling you. Too much information, too less time, and too many challenges is what one has to face.
So library access should be 24 hours into 365 days in a year. You need to have access, and that is what major academic institutions around the world and in India provide its users. And CCRH should not be any different, or the users of CCRH should not be any different to the standard methodology that is framed by or followed by the other institutions. So access should be there. So a remote solution should be good. And then the issue comes is to get the right information. Now that is the biggest hurdle. Okay. So there are 2 types of jobs that you can do. You can do a job very good, or you can do an okay job, or maybe you can do a shoddy job. That's the 3 options that is available in front of you. And it is always things like, how, if you ask anyone, how should you do a job, everyone will say very good. And in the case of academics, that is much truer because you can't change it. We were having the, in the tea break, we were talking to Sir, Dr. Khurana. He was saying that, we were talking about plagiarism. So even VC level people were caught in India because they did something wrong. But that could be that one momentary decision. After, not that those people are bad. If you could recall, or at least the senior people here would recall, Dr. Mashelkar was once had to resign from CSIR's committee because one of the juniors copied, pasted something, and that got highlighted, and then he had to. And he's not a bad scientist. He's one of the best scientists India has produced. So that what you copy, or that what you have taken, or because if they would have done that extra step of doing that, getting that information and quoting that rightfully, they would not have had to resign the position from a vice chancellor or any senior positions. Okay, next slide.
Okay, so we have been highlighting problems, challenges, the risks that are currently, researchers are facing. So now we have to also tell you the solution. So EBSCO, being an industry leader in aggregation and technology, we were able to formalize or innovate a solution which takes care of all these challenges in one single comprehensive solution, and we call it EBSCO Clinical Suite. So it's a single point gateway, search gateway, enables seamless access to article level searching. That's what you want at any point of time, because researchers or students or faculty, they're not interested from where it is coming. Whatever the institution has subscribed, you should get it on your mobile phones to begin with, as simple as that, in a secured manner, without having to log in multiple times, right? So this is what you are bothered by. How it is subscribed is not your preview or not your headache. So this intended solution takes care of these things. Access online content which has bibliographically indexed content also, and quality databases and search features, basically what you get from EBSCO, like we talked about 450 databases, whichever you are subscribing, plus your institution subscribed access is all integrated into this, is called EBSCO Clinical Suite. So let's have a look at what this offers. High impact journals via medical, nursing and dentistry collections, patient education research. So these are all EBSCO resources. Ebook subscription and purchase packages. We have ebook nursing collection, ebook clinical collection. So these are subscription based packages which gives you access to 4,000 to 2,000, 2,000 to 4,000 list of full text ebooks, unlimited access across the campus. Plus we also have purchase options, which means that sometimes institutions feel that they need more than what is offered because subscription packages are fixated, which means that it increases when we add. But a user may be looking for some particular book which may not be there. So what does he do? So you can go to the purchase platform, which has over 2.3 million ebooks on that, and maybe like medical is about 1 lakh or so will be there. You can choose, recommend to your library, and they can purchase. If you identify 100 books in a month or 50 books in a month, you can still go ahead and process that. So that's a flexibility in terms of hybrid approach. Have a subscription model which is cost effective, also add purchase ebooks. So that's a very popular platform across the country. The platform for searching ebooks is free, but you can buy books on that. Next we have is smart image base. I will, my team who is going to present in the later half of the day is going to showcase what is smart image base very briefly, if time permits. It's basically a combination of images of disease topics as well as video and animations of the disease, like for example, myocardial infarction. So what happens in a body when this is going on? So it shows in an animated form. It is developed by Nucleus Software. EBSCO has joint hands with Nucleus Software to produce it on EBSCO host platform. It's a very good, wherever we have shown, informative platform for medical students in different streams. A lot of deans and have appreciated that it's a useful thing. Even pharma companies have liked this platform a lot.
May I ask you, do you have anatomy being taught in the homeopathy at what year? First year itself, okay.
Then you have EBSCO Discovery Service, which is the core of this solution, EBSCO Clinical Suite, because this is what will be your academic Google, should I say. Because this is one which is designed to search as per academic research. Then you have Dynamite and Dynametics. These are point of care tools. In fact, this is the future of, can say medical research or medical education, because students need to be taught more and more about doing literature search or the research, or especially practicing doctors on evidence-based methodology. So these are the tools which our doctors synthesize the information and give it to you. For example, there are 36 specialties covered in this. More will be covered by my colleagues Rajesh and Shakti in the, please do look for this session. It's very interesting. You don't have to do a literature surveillance yourself. It gives you, a synthesized information published on each topic. So it's a different concept, but it is all based on evidences. So whenever a doctor treats a patient, he knows, okay, I can rely on this information, is level 1, level 2 or level 3, evidence is there. So this talks about that, as well as we have from Dynametics tool, we have the Micromedics, if you have heard, the drug related information, complete A to Z drug related information, drug interactions, IV and Neofax Pediatrics, all those are part of Dynametics tool. We have also displayed outside a banner, a standee, which gives you a QR code. You can download the Dynamite app and use it as a trial for 30 days. So it's there. You can scan the QR code and use it. OpenAsens is the most secured remote login solution, as we were mentioning the challenge earlier. So what is the solution? It is OpenAsens, most used remote login tool in militaries across. So it's a military grade software. It is SAML based. I'm just using a technical word, secured access markup language. It's SAML based, cannot be hacked, just as your WhatsApp is encrypted, when people call from WhatsApp, location, data cannot be hacked. Similarly, this also is secured, does not expose your data, your computer data, your institutional data, or the publisher data on the net for hackers to pry on it, right? This is what OpenEthans does. And to top it all, a beautiful looking website for the library. You don't have to depend upon a third party or even your IT team. First, EBSCO will give you a setup of stacks, then the library can manage on its own, as simple as using Microsoft Office. So this is stacks.
So I hope the concept is clear, is to provide you a single place access, as well as another important aspect would be to make it modular. I'm sure everyone would have seen, what is the most popular modular thing in your home? The kitchen. And I'm seeing the ladies, there are quite a few ladies in the group here. The modular is something that, what is the concept of modularity? It is to replace from one place to another place. Or the containers have a different place. The bottles have a different place. So the same thing goes here. You can design this. The modularity would depend on the convenience of the users. Generally, almost 100% of the time, who decides the modularity of a kitchen? The ladies of the house, be it your spouse or your family member, a mother or whoever, they decide the modularity. So the same way, this institution would design the modularity of this particular knowledge gateway. Okay, let me cover this topic. Now, you said that all of you go to Google. And I'm getting a bit technical as far as research is concerned. Now, when Google provides you result, what is the relevance ranking? Does anyone know? Huh? Yeah, but what is the relevance ranking? But that cannot be a relevance. No, most popular. That means Shah Rukh Khan's result should be on top. Most searched. The ideal answer to that is that Google does not tell what the relevance ranking is. They don't tell. Because it's a free service and you can't crib about it. Okay, free services you cannot say. You can't go to a Gurdwara where they're giving langar and say that this does not match the quality of such and such restaurant, because it's a free service, right? Obviously they provide very tasty stuff, I'm not saying, but I'm saying the difference between a free service and a paid service. Okay, many of the vendors run the service through this platform. Now this is just called a table of contents, TOC, as far as the library science language is concerned. Now, you can run, now what happens if a software were to pull up terminologies and align relevance ranking, it can only do it on the words that is there in the title, at best. This is, if you have nothing, this is okay. What happens next? Or we call it the thin metadata. Next step is this, is all of you have seen journal articles, right? And when you write articles, you would write it this way. This is what we call an author supplied abstract. When you write an article, you have to give an author supplied abstract to the particular journal. Then only and you as an author know the subject, you have done research on it or you have studied it and you are writing that up. So this is pretty good, because you can't say that is bad because the author is himself or herself is writing this article. Next. Now what do you see this? This is a detailed abstract. Now, imagine there is a particular segment of people who charge money and write your abstract or your article better than what you have wrote it. They are known as something called lexicographers, who charge for writing an abstract, a detailed abstract, including it's a thick metadata. What they do? They read the article, assign more codes, subject terms into a particular abstract. That means doing value addition into, I'm talking about one abstract. So they do value addition. Okay? And if, so in this value addition, this is where the leading indexes come into picture. At least the older generation would know. For which is the leading index for medical sciences? PubMed, or earlier it was known as Medline, right? If you go back to SARS, I think we were talking about the 80s and 90s, the printed version was called Index Medicus. Okay, and data was available from 1966 to present. Okay, so that's what, like that for biological sciences there would be an index called biological abstracts. For engineering there are two great databases, one is called InSpec and one is called Compendex Plus. So these are the leading, they are the, whatever you want to call it, the Bible, the Gita, the Quran, or whatever you want to call it, those for particular subject disciplines, these were the best databases. So we try to provide you those references. So what happens here? New additional terminologies get added to a particular abstract, which even the author would not have done. So these set of people will assign headings to it, and what we do is we try and get this thing in a manner, we integrate this. When ordinary softwares will just look into your title and give you the result, what we do is we use a terminology in library science called mapping to controlled vocabulary. Okay, ADHD would map you to attention deficit hyperactivity. So it picks up both the results. So the maximum points that we give for a keyword that you search is 15 points if the word that you are searching is in the controlled vocabulary. The next we provide in the order of precedence 10 points to the title of an article. 15, 10 for the title. Then we give 5 points for author supplied abstract, or author supplied keywords, sorry. 5 points for author supplied keywords, 3 points for if the word is in the abstract, and there's one point each, 1 pointers we give if the term that you are searching is there in the full text of an article. So using this relevance ranking parameters, we provide you the best results. There are articles published, and if you wanted, if you are interested, we can provide you reference links to those articles. And you could see that you get the best results. There is a study done by a university in which it called 20 researchers from various subject disciplines and made to search. They masked the screen of all the particular vendors, and each, it was a blind study done, or a blind this done, and EBSCO host or the EBSCO Discovery Service results turned out to be the best in overwhelming time. Okay, so
what you see here is in the EBSCO Clinical Suite, if someone were to take the entire suite, as Chaji mentioned, it is modular, so one could pick and choose also, but if one were to take all the content that is there in that, you would get a total of 10,770 full text journals, which means, as you can see, the bifurcation from biotechnology source, from nursing, dental, medical collection is about 3,041, and full text, non-open access. EBSCO as an aggregator is very transparent in telling you what is open access and what is non-open access content. What you pay is for non-open access content, although we pay for both open access as well as non-open access, because open access is not free for commercial entities like EBSCO. But we curate good and quality open access, because that cannot be left behind in the light of only taking non-open access journals. So both are there, and it's a very stable and balanced, rich package. It generally covers, I'm just making a very generalized statement, covers 50 to 60% of a medical institutions which has got, or a university of health sciences, medical, dental, nursing, paramedical, biotechnology areas, to 50 to 60%. Remaining in the pie which you saw, I have not added other publisher data, which means if you have this and you want to add your other subscribed content, you can very easily do, and we can integrate that, all the content that your library has at one place. Just to very briefly see, this is Medline collection. We call it collection because it has got different versions from top to bottom, like the ultimate version would have higher number of journals, the premier full text version would have lesser number of journals. But as you can see here, it's a combination of Wiley, Springer, Oxford's, all those journals which are relevant to different subject areas are covered in EBSCO medical collection.
Sanjay, if you can just hold on. Yeah, so you talked about Elsevier not being there, but we have the other publishers here. If you look at the university presses, we cover over 500 plus university presses and associations. SAGE 126 firm, AMA 19 titles, American Medical Association, like JAMA and so those titles. Routledge, about 22 of them, OUP 141, Taylor and Francis 311, 513 from Springer, and 538 from Wiley. So we have a large collection of journals. Now this excludes many, possibly, I don't know if this covers everything, but it also, we would have about 70 plus Indian journals there also. The ICMR journal is there, the Indian Journal of Pediatrics is there, and so on and so forth. So all these titles will also be included, and I gave an offer to you, if you want to index your title, you can search, because many times your own authors wouldn't be able to see their own articles because it's not indexed properly in a good database around the world.
And one more thing to see here is this: if you see this pie, if you were to take the highest package in this Medline collection, which is Medline Ultimate, it covers almost 33% of your Medline index, which means with full text. So that's, like I said, it covers core of your requirement of your medical journals. The next one is nursing collection. As you can see, we have, I'm talking in terms of non-open access active journals, is 925 in the largest collection, which is CINAHL Ultimate. And if there are any nursing students or related allied sciences here who know about nursing, CINAHL is the benchmark index. Just as you have PubMed for medical, you have CINAHL for nursing, which is called Cumulative Index in Nursing and Allied Health. EBSCO is the owner of CINAHL Index, and then we have populated with quality full text to make it a full text database, as you can see here. What we also provide you, whenever you or any institution wants to take any such database, because we are not just talking in terms of number of journals or full text covered or non-open access full text. You can see here, we are always giving you the information on number of journals indexed in Scopus and Web of Science, which is where you want to write papers in, or you want to do your submissions in those kind of journals as suggested by various, NMC or even UGC, and all those bodies recommend that you publish papers as much possible as in Scopus or Web of Science index journals. So that information is also there here. Then you have dentistry and oral science solution, which is called, in short, is called DOS, the most popular dentistry package across the world as well as in India. over 120 dentistry schools subscribe to this package because it fulfills all their DCI requirements and any other inspection body requirement also, where they say that 3 to 4 international journals per stream. So all that plus many more journals are covered in this. Approximately about 350 plus full-text journals are covered in dentistry and oral science. Point of care evidence tool, as I mentioned already about Dynamed and Dynamedics, which my colleagues will cover. You will find the live site to be quite easy to use and very informative from student perspective also. So this is a part of this clinical suite. I've already talked about ebooks. I'll not repeat that here. And then you have Discovery, as Shaji explained.
Maybe I will touch something on ebooks.
Sure.
How many of you use your mobile at least 2 to 4 hours a day? Oh, I'm in WhatsApp all the time. If you are gadget friendly, if I can put it that way, this would be the ebooks from EBSCO could be a great thing for you because you can download it in a device like this and read. You can do, and the good thing is that you have all the functionalities that is probable. If you want to add notes into it, you can write notes into it. You can have a folder of your own, keep it to your folder, write your stuff. If you are writing an article, and this is something that EBSCO does very nicely, is you could write a research paper with few people in a specialized folder that you can create among that group. You have a group of 4 people or 3 people writing a project. You can collate all the data together and write. This is a traveling library for you. Be it the journals or the books, you can access it here in one single device. And this, obviously, mobiles have become so common in India that even in remote villages, it becomes a traveling library for you.
All right. So, Discovery, I have some more slides which tell you more about what is a Discovery, and OpenAthens also I will cover in the coming slides. There's a very interesting database called Patient Education Reference Center used at various hospitals, which has over 1,000 disease condition and handouts which you give to, basically not very common in India, but the corporate hospitals in India use this kind of resources because they have to educate the patient also, patient relative also, and also the patient, like what is the disease in a layman term they have to explain. So these are ready-made handout and printouts you can give. Handouts in both English and Spanish, more than 1,300 drug handouts covering over 3,700 brand and generic names. So a useful allied database which can be taken. 600 plus procedure and lab test handouts. Like if I'm going to do an angiograph, what is it that is going to happen in your body? It explains in a diagrammatic form. Very useful from student perspective as well as from patient and patient relative perspective.
Most times what happened is, like I keep forgetting, whenever I go to a doctor, he does says that the TDS thrice a day. The moment I move out from his cabin or his room, I'm lost. Like I can't remember what he said. So this becomes a very easy thing for the doctor to take out a printout. Had he to write all those things, and especially doctors are famous with the handwritings, there's a big challenge. So they will use the process of avoiding. So if you have handouts like this, it's a great thing. Just take a printout, give it to the patient can easily make use of that.
Or best is email to the patient or relative so that it's always there in this mail. Okay, I'm going to show you a few screenshots of what this portal Stacks looks like. So this is the software platform which is built by EBSCO for the institution, or the institution can develop on their own. So this is one such platform, which is the library platform, which can be developed based on all your collections, library information. So this one example is from a college in Canada. This you have is Amrita Institute of Medical Sciences and Research. You have Directorate of Naval Education. So you can see the same software as, getting you different experience templates which are there, can be used. And this is AIMS Gorakhpur, it's their platform, and KMC Manipal, So you see, it becomes very easy. This is another state higher education consortia. It becomes a face of the library to showcase, okay, today there's a workshop, how do you inform? You don't have to write mails to your IT that, okay, this or the third party. Generally, we have seen it is a third party portal support company which you have to interact with, and they have their person. If somebody is on leave, then that particular task is pending. So here you have full control in your own hands. You can ask your any particular person in the library who can do the updations based on your instructions. Any visiting seminary or a dignitary who's coming to your institution can be, because library is the nerve center of an institution, so it emanates all that information which is important for the institution point of view. So that can be in your control. Talking of discovery service, a very brief, quick, I know I have to look at the time also, so I'll skip some slides. Basically, as Shaji was explaining earlier, discovery, why it is useful, like Google, because you have a central place to search everything. You can see on the screen, these are all the apps which you use day in and day out, and that is the power of an app. Like you don't go to a taxi service anymore, you call Ola, Uber, because it searches across in a very digitized format, and billing and everything is very convenient. So that's where is a good example of Flipkart or Amazon and things like that. So we have over 75 customers using Discovery in India, and over 12,000 customers across the world because of its preciseness and accuracy and the relevance ranking, as Shaji mentioned, to search in that fashion. So I will not cover all these features. Just
Can
to
you
give
go back to the slide? Previous slide, yeah. I want to draw your attention to this particular slide, which we call as a knowledge graph. Next one, Sanjay. Yeah, this one. Yeah, so when you start your research, sometimes you are lost. You may not know the most ideal keyword or term, subject term that you are searching. There could be a related term, which would be more narrower than or better than what you are really searching as a keyword. This knowledge graph helps you provide that. You type in a keyword, suppose we did artificial intelligence as the keyword here. It looks for related terminologies or subject terms across board, the larger landscape. And you find that, okay, oh, there is this decision support system that is more relevant to what I'm searching. You can click on the screen and remove those, go directly to that. And it will give you further, so it is basically a search within a search. You are searching for a concept and you are getting better keywords or terms to do it. So when we do that implementation, we will ensure that you get the best results across board. And this is what I was telling, that the Google doesn't provide any of the local services that you possibly would consider could provide you that sort of service.
So slightly technical here. What the older search engines were doing, and now how it is different in the present discovery service. So as you can see, it's very easy to understand here. These are the various service providers. When you do a search, your search goes through a connector to each of these platforms, and a live result is given back. But there is no single platform to arrange that in a particular relevant order, as we were mentioning earlier. So it is scattered. And another drawback here is this connectors too many connectors, like more than 6 to 7, don't work in an optimal fashion when you have multiple publishers or subscriptions. Third thing is that the publisher, it is dependent how the particular day a publisher website is running. It could be a downtime, it could be slowness in that, or there can be a latency in the system. So all those factors are, hampering the search results quality. And that's where we no longer recommend, or many of the institutions who are aware of this technology don't use federated search engines. But let me also tell you that even today, since many institutions are not aware, they are using these, like I showed you in the beginning, the 3 phases of a product. So people are still using it because okay, does it search? Yes, it searches. But beyond that, nobody is aware and nobody is asking. So it is a cheaper solution, go for it. And after a year or so, they are not satisfied with the results because researchers start complaining. So, Shaji, in the absence of time, should I just show 1 or 2 live searches because
Yeah.
we have the time for the next session also.
Okay, okay.
So, so just one diagram I'll show you here about the remote login solution. As you can see here, this is how your typical search happens when you log into a particular publisher's or platform through using a proxy, which means the local solutions, which are proxy-based solutions, and they are not secured, and your data or the publisher data is exposed to the net. Here, as you can see here, you send a request to the publisher platform, publisher sends the request back to the institution to check whether this is an authentic user or not, and the institution responds and asks the user to enter their credentials. It is confirmed back to the publisher that yes, this is a confirmed user, and the entire process takes place. The bad element, as you can see, which is sitting on the darknet or the internet, is not able to see what data is being, because it's all encryption based searches. And one thing I would like to point out here is that even though we are sometimes not aware that our data is being seen, or we say that doesn't make a difference to an institution also, but if you see from publisher point of view, they are very much affected, because if, let's say, the premier publishers, their data is very, it's priceless for them. If that is hacked, then their revenue is hit, because the thing from which they would get the revenue, because they have invested so much, would definitely be hampered, and their research activity further will be also hampered. So they are definitely desisting use of proxy-based remote login solutions currently. If you go to sites, Elsevier is taking a lead in propagating that we are not going to authenticate proxy-based IP addresses or proxy-based platforms. So this is what we want to highlight here, and this is, I will, in the interest of time, I need just 2-3 minutes more, and I want to show you live site on how we can access a particular platform and search for information in just a couple of minutes. So I am, for demo purpose only, I am using one particular customer. So we go to their website, which is AIIMS New Delhi. We click on the library, and we are looking for a remote login to use the resources. For example, if I am a user outside of the AIIMS campus. So this is common, like, even many of the institutions are using a remote login, but this is, like I said, all these are in the back end. You are not knowing whether it is secured or not, but here I am showing through OpenEthans, which is a secured login. So this is the landing page of the remote login. I will also share with you one more important information. So I am launching my search right from here. And since I have logged in once already, from now on I can only directly access full text without any further prompts or logins. This is normal, like any local proxy based solution will also do this. What I will show you is that you can also go to publisher platform and do the same thing. So here, as you can see here, I am searching for homeopathy, and this is the full text access I can see available in library collection. And now here is what makes the difference here. So remote login is one thing. Let's say you have a remote login XYZ, and you are able to log into the platform, and you have, let's say, 2,000, 3,000 journals access. You will have to go to, those remote logins take you to this page till here only, and then you click on this, and then you're left on your own to search each platform separately. If you know Wiley platform, you will search on that. If you know BMJ, you will search on that. But what I did was launched a single search, and this is where the discovery thing comes into play. And I can also do an advanced search, and let's say if I do homeopathy, management, and so this is how you do your searching. I just did a random search. I got one result. Maybe because of this is the reason why CAM journals are not, too much indexed into full text. But here you will find this article, and you can also search for another term. Let's say,
Just say homeopathy and India, let's do a common search,
okay.
if you're not. Yeah, show the different results from different publishers, yeah.
Here, oh, I think there's a spelling mistake. Homeo.
O before E. Delete E, and then after O put E. Yeah. That's a natural language search there.
This one.
Yeah.
Okay. Is this the right word? Okay. Homeo. Okay, I think that. All right. Okay. Oh.
Yeah,
Yes.
can you show the results?
Sure. So as you can see here, now you have this result 8,000 plus, but what you do with this, you have academic journals, magazines, you can filter on any one of this. You can also go to publisher and see what results you want from which publisher. You can directly go to that, and you can see, for example, here, Springer.
So you have refined directly to only Springer content, or if you could have done it to only Elsevier also.
So here, if I filter it on further refined search and go to full text or available in library collection, then I would get only full text results. Right now it's a mix of full text and non-full text, but we can also default this to full text always. So if somebody wants to see the full domain, you can uncheck the full text and search.
Yeah.
So if I want to go, this one is from Springer. So it is getting authenticated on Springer platform, and here you have the full text. Right. So I had to show a mobile search also, but in the interest of time, we'll stop it here. Just to give you an example, we have a very good mobile app also, which works on a similar fashion, and India is standing number 2 in mobile usage across the world. So that talks about the ease and seamless use of the mobile app, from EBSCO. So with this, I will end the session here, and I would like to thank all of you for your interactive, interactions with us during the session, and I also would like to thank Shaji for, supporting the session. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you so very much, Mr. Shaji and Mr. Sanjay, for such an interesting and interactive session, and also showing us the various solutions that EBSCO has brought to the fore for the ease of clinicians as well as researchers. And again, thanking you a lot. And I am glad to inform you that our guest speaker, Dr. Surinder Rana, has joined us. We welcome you, sir, and he is the Professor and Head, Department of Gastroenterology, Professor in charge, Dr. Tulsidas Library, Postgraduate Institute of Medical Education and Research, Chandigarh. And I think it was, we kind of got to hear that he might not be able to join us earlier because of the winter season and all, but we are really, really glad that you could make it. And we are going to do a little IT correction here. We have to Chandra Rana. If we can please have you on the stage meanwhile. Thank you so much. Please have a seat, sir. Dr. Sure. So if we have some questions from the first two speakers from EBSCO, then we can take those questions while we are settling down for the next speaker. You can either write your questions or ask them directly. It's up to you, or you can, if you have some queries, some questions, then our speakers are here to answer those queries. And let me introduce Dr. Surendra Rana to you guys meanwhile. Dr. Surendra Rana has research interest and is an expert in pancreatic diseases and therapeutic endoscopy. He has more than 400 research publications in reputed journals and is also the associate editor of Digestive Diseases Sciences and section editor of Annals of Gastroenterology. He's also the editor of Journal of Digestive Endoscopy and E-Avishkar and a member of various task forces on pancreatic diseases. He's also been awarded a number of international and national awards, including ICMR Awards and Science Academy Awards. And he's a fellow of American Gastroenterology Association and American Society of Gastroenterology, Gastrointestinal Endoscopy. It's an honor to have you here with us, sir. Do we have some questions?
Yeah, this would be one. Yes. They gave the old one.
So I think I have a question if there's nobody else. So, yeah. So when you're using EBSCO through CCRH e-library, it's just the same as we're using it from any other platform, is it? Is there any difference? Because CCRH e-library has already got us EBSCO platform, through which you are bringing us so many other solutions, including Cochrane, I guess. As Cochrane also, I think you are providing to us. So, I mean, does the user experience change if the platform changes?
Thank you. So there is one difference though. When you're using, what we have provided to CCRH is two products, Medline Complete and Cochrane Collection.
Right,
The searching is through your remote login tool, you know, that is one. And you don't have a common platform to search for all the resources.
Okay.
EBSCO, almost same experience as you saw in Discovery, will be there because it's searching Medline Complete on a similar basis.
Right.
But what we showcased is not just searching EBSCO content, but all of the subscribed content of, like I was showing Springer, BMJ, all those things could be searched. So that experience changes for a user. Otherwise, right now, when they log in through a remote solution, they see all the, you know, let's say you have BMJ, you have Ovid, you have EBSCO. So you have to go separately to those platforms.
Okay.
We don't have federated search facility.
Yeah, the discovery facility.
Okay, okay. So,
Federated search facility should be there.
oh, right, right. So that is the one, I think, limitation that we have. Okay, fine. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Do you have it ready? Okay, sir. Over to you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Good afternoon, everyone. At the outset, I would like to thank CCRH, Dr. O.P. Verma, Team EBSCO, Mr. Shaji, Mr. Sanjay, Rashmi ma'am, Mr. Shakti, and the dignitaries who are present here. Good afternoon, everyone. It's really a privilege and honor to be here and present the experience of our institution where we went from full print to full digitalization. And at the outset, I must admit it's really a challenge presenting just before the lunch because the audience will see you as a person standing between you and lunch. But if believe me, you will find this journey as exciting as I had found it because I have the privilege of working in the same institute as a resident, that means as a student, then growing up as a junior faculty, then growing up as a senior faculty, and finally becoming as an administrator in the library, looking after the library experience. So I have seen the library from all the perspective, from a student perspective, from a faculty perspective, from a librarian perspective, and from an administrative perspective. And I have seen this journey of last 3 decades from print to digitalization. And that's what I'm going to share with you, the challenges, the problems we faced, and where we have reached and what we are planning for future. Because, you know, the change is going to be always there. You have to adapt for the change. If you don't change, then you yourself get changed. So if we look back at the task of digital transformation of our library, it was a Herculean task. Many times we believed that probably we'll not be able to achieve what we were dreaming of, because not only because of the amount of tasks which was to be done, but again, in all government institutions, we are aware of the red tapeism and the hurdles which we face. But then with the support of administration, we were able to achieve what we had dreamt of, and now we have a fully digital library with remote access services available to all our readers, and this has been possible in last 5 to 10 years of efforts of not only me but a lot of people who preceded me and who had this combined vision of creating a fabulous, fantastic digital library. We all know that the 21st century is considered as the century for era of technology, and all the universities, including yours, ours, are all knowledge factory. And briefly, if I tell about PGI, many of you must be aware of PGI. It is considered as Mecca of medicine because of the sheer amount of patient care and the research work being done in that institution. And the logo of our institution is Arth Seva Sarvabhadra Shodhascha. That means service to the community, care of the needy, and research for the good of all. So it's all three components: patient care, education, and research. So basically, that's what we envisage. It's an illustrious postgraduate medical institution established in 1962. It is a national institution conceived as a national center of excellence for postgraduate medical education. And annually, we are now catering to over 10 lakh patients in outpatient and about 1 lakh patients in inpatient per year. That's a huge amount. To cater that, we have 160 specialty and super specialty OPDs. We run 24 different postgraduate courses, 40 super specialty courses and PhD courses, along with 24 paramedical courses. So all these have grown up in last 15 to 20 years, from initial postgraduate courses only to all this diversification which we have been able to do in our training. So in short, if I have to sum up what PGI is, we all as students say that PGI is a pilgrimage for both patients as well as students. The students who go through PGI have a lifetime experience, and the ones who have been trained in PGI can work at any place. So once we are working in such an institution, the role of library is of paramount importance. We need to create, propagate, as well as preserve knowledge. So because there is huge amount of research going in PGI, so it's not only that we need to give books and journals to our students and our researchers, we need to give them what we are doing, what research is going on. So that's a huge amount of tasks which we have to even create and propagate that knowledge which is being created at an institution. We had a huge collection of books, journals, theses and archives, because north to AIIMS Delhi, PGI is the other institution which has got the largest collection of these books and journals. So if you look at North India, it used to be AIIMS, PGI and National Medical Library which used to have the collection of books. So even when we were doing graduation, we used to travel to these libraries to get to access to some of those journals which were not available in our medical college libraries. And the library is going to serve huge number of faculty members, residents, students, research fellows, staff. So it's a huge diverse people who are working in PGI. So as a library, we have to cater to all that diversification. So we need to have the books and journals for all these courses and students. So if you look, we will have books, we'll need to have current journals as well as archives of journals, a huge collection of theses, because every year we are having almost 300 to 400 theses being published and other contemporary information sources. So once we started this digitalization process, at that time we had approximately 65,000 printed books and almost 75,000 printed journals. And along with that, library also need to have reading areas for the readers to come and read, because library just cannot be a storehouse for books. You also need reading areas for the readers. So if we look at our library, this library was built in 1980s, a well-designed library, a well-planned building, well equipped with all surveillance systems, and is aesthetically designed. It's a 3-4 library. But then as we gradually diversified, we had more courses, we had more books, we had more journals, we started running short of space. So this is all how our library used to become. All 3 floors were full of these books and journals, very limited reading space, and simultaneously the number of students were increasing. For approximately 150 students in 1980s, we are now almost having 4,000 students. So there was a huge increase in number of students, and the reading space was decreasing. This is a famous quote by Winston Churchill. To improve is to change, and to be perfect is to change often. So we realized our limitations, and the library planners at that time decided to change the way library was working. So what challenges we had at that time was that we need to preserve our print material, especially our thesis, for a longer time, because many of these theses which are kept inside the pages or the printed pages won't last for a decade or more than 2 decades. So we had a challenge to preserve those theses which have been published since 1965. So it's almost 50 years old thesis which we had to preserve. And the other problem we had is that since the number of students is increasing, we had to ensure that the multiple users get an access, because when we were growing up as students, we often used to go to library, first search in Medline, go to library, look for a journal. After a lot of effort, we try to get to that stack where the journal is, and then after all that effort of 1 hour or 2 hours, you realize that the journal has been issued and someone has taken a journal, and then you keep running after that person, requesting him to return that journal. So that was a big problem, that when you have number of students increasing and you have just one journal coming, the access becomes limited. We had increasing knowledge sources coming, like now we had videos, there was emphasis on interactive learning. It was not just passive learning, now it's an active learning. So all these things need to be catered for a library of 21st century. But apart from that, again, I have highlighted the point of limited reading space because of increase in print books and stacks. And finally, any change you want to bring, you need money, and financial constraint is there in all government institutions in our country. So we have to convince the administrators and the finance managers that we need this money, because this will serve the institute in long term. What aided us was that there was a simultaneously digital revolution happening in India at that time. So you had mobile phones. Mr. Shaji was talking about the diverse roles which mobile phones can play. Internet was fastly coming in, and people were more keen to have fast delivery. Social networking and information and computer technology was also evolving. So we need to change the way the library functions. So we felt the need to go digital, and this was in late 2000, the library at PGI decided to go digital. But then we had huge challenges, and I'm sure all the institutions which have been going digitalized are facing these challenges. The foremost were, we had the staff having very poor information and digital literacy skills. So even in government institutions at that time, the digital literacy was a luxury. Very few people had knowledge about digital literacy. And then there was a negative attitude towards electronic tools. There was a resistance. People didn't want change. People were more comfortable with print. They thought that this is not going to be a good change, and there was a lot of resistance. And then infrastructure. In our institutions at that time, there were very poor internet connectivity. Hardly you would have a telephone line, and internet was a distant dream. But now with National Knowledge Network, we have very good internet connectivity. ICT infrastructure like computers, other devices, there was hardly any device in library. So we had to procure all these things at that time. And even for the readers at that time, even people from my generation currently also are very hesitant to read on iPads or mobiles. We feel print is much more better than the electronic resources. So that time also there was huge preference for print assets. And then again, as I've highlighted earlier also, there was a lack of comprehensive ICT and searching skills among the library staff. But then we made these changes slowly. The foremost was to bring about digital literacy, and if you look at the digital literacy, this is what the step-up digital literacy is talked about, that first you should have an access, then you should know how to use it, and then you should know how to understand it, and finally you should be able to create your digital resources. So it took almost 20 years for us to reach the top level where our staff is now able to create digital resources. But I'm sure in the current times, this time lag would be reduced. But then, in library teaching also, there is no integration of ICT with the library sciences. So that is something which is needed in case you want your library to be a library of future or library of 21st century. So digital literacy is a challenge. It involves huge components, a lot of components, and most of the people who are in library are having this digital literacy on their own. There is no structured training program for them. Whatever they are learning is their own self-effort, and that's how the digital literacy is being achieved. So we were able to achieve all these challenges in a period of about 10 years, and this was possible because on foremost of supportive administration. They were very willing to increase our budget. Our budget increased from paltry 25 lakhs to currently it is about 17 crores. So we take pride in that we have been able to convince our administrators to bring that change. And now we have the library, which is probably one of the best libraries in our country. And we have a very good administrative support for whatever change we want to bring in our library. And the library staff is, I must admit, is self-motivated and self-trained, because in our institution we have not been able to bring in any structural training program for the library staff. So whatever they have learned is a self-motivation. And finally, the biggest push came with the COVID-19 pandemic and the Government of India initiative of Digital India, which really accelerated this shift from a print library to a digital library. So now what we have been able to achieve is, if you look at what happened after the digital transformation, we had information resource only in one medium, and now we have it in multimedia. You can have on mobiles, you can have on net, you can have on computers, you can have print, it can be emailed to you. So there is no dearth of the variability in which the information can be given to you. Earlier we used to have library having its own collection, library being constrained in space, and now we talk about library without walls. So we have been able to take library to the users. The users anywhere in the world, not even in India, anywhere in the world, if they are from PGI family, they want to access the library resources, they can do it with this wonderful internet connectivity which we have. We have a global reach of resources through the networks. Now we have a lot of other institutions which want to access our resources. They are willing to pay us so that they can access our resources, because the combination of the resources which we have is phenomenal. So a lot of students and a lot of institutions want an access to PGI library. And the library is now going to users. Earlier users have to come to the library, but now the library is going to users. And now we have e-books, e-journals, e-thesis, electronic databases, e-papers, e-groups, and digital archives. And our library in 1980s and 90s was known for the extent and nature of the collections we owned, and now we are known for networked information space through online services. So once we were able to achieve this, we saw the change in library. We saw that the information access was speedy and accurate. There were more users accessing the same information at the same time, so the information does not become constrained to only few people. It was widely available. Anyone, right from student to the faculty, could access the information. Earlier what used to happen, you get a new journal coming to the library, the head of the department will have that journal. Other students, other faculty members will wait for their turn to get that a journal or journal article. But now the information is uniformly spread. Whether it is the junior most student or the senior most head of the department, everyone can access the information at the same time without any discrimination. And there is no restrictions of geographical boundaries for users, as I've highlighted. People from outside PGI, even our ex-students, are also accessing our information. So in a nutshell, it is anytime, anywhere, and this saves time of our users. So this is what we have been able to achieve. These are the two gateways for our digital library. And if you look at the digital library, what are the important components which you need to have for a digital library? You should have a library automation with library software. That means it should have an integration with an RFID gated system. So that becomes much more controlled entry into the library, and all the books are networked to this software. You should have a library website, because as it was being highlighted by the previous speakers also, it becomes an important medium of communication for library to the users. And we have a very vibrant website of our library apart from the institutional website, and all the relevant information, including the e-resources which are available, is available on this website. And another important component should be an online public access catalog, or OPAC, which is a computerized form of the library catalog or the database which the library is holding. So this is again available on the website, and any user can go through this catalog. And finally, and most important, for big libraries like ours, we should have an institutional repository, which should include the institutional dissertations, reports, conferences, and seminar papers, the notes, the career guidance, and the previous question papers. So at our library, we have been able to digitalize all our old records. So all these are digitalized. We are in the process of getting our own server, and then it will be searchable by anyone using the security credentials. So what we have achieved is, we have been able to provide latest and comprehensive research along with learning materials from a single integrated search. So just one search and you get all the possible information which is available with the library. And we have been able to give to our clinicians a clinical decision support solution on mobiles. So many times you won't remember the drug dosages or the treatment algorithms. So all of them are available on a single click on a mobile. And all the users have an access to leading journals of all the specialities and super specialities. So how we changed? This was the library which we had, which became congested in 2000. Now we have been able to redesign our library. There is a lot of vacant spaces. All the previous books have been digitalized, and we have been able to donate almost 50,000 books to upcoming state medical colleges and their libraries. So that's what was an additional advantage we had, that we were able to donate those books to those upcoming libraries, and we have been able to transform from this to this. So we have got phenomenal good reading spaces created, and the print books have been donated. Now once we have been able to create a digital library, that's not the end of the story. Managing a digital library is a very, very big challenge. The main reasons for that is, you always, in all institutions, especially government institutions, you will have a very narrow base of appropriately skilled professionals. And these professionals will have, need to have keep abreast of rapid pace of technical change while maintaining and extending robust and fully operational online services and collections. And the most important component of that is a rigorous training. Unless and until there is a rigorous training available, you will always have problems and challenges. And if you look at this IT, it's a complex software and technology, and this new technology can be intimidating to even people who have a good sound knowledge of computation and information and technology. And this was one study which reported that because of lack of proper IT skills, 54% of organizations were unable to accomplish their digital goals. So the biggest hurdle for digitalization and maintenance of digitalization is lack of properly trained staff. And this is further compounded by security concerns, because once you get more digitalization, your data is available publicly, then there are concerns of privacy and cyber security. We all heard what happened in AIIMS. AIIMS was there in news for almost 2 weeks because of the cyber attack. And if you take your data to cloud, then you increase the risk of cyber attacks and your data being lost. So if you look not having a properly trained staff, and then you are having a digital library where all your resources are digitalized and on net, and then there is risk of hacking, then all your information is gone, and then there is no way you can retrieve that information. So you need to have a properly trained staff, proper security concerns so that your data is not lost, and the most important component in that is training your library staff on the new technologies. And other challenge which we found was that once we completely digitalized the library, we found that the footfall to the library has dramatically decreased. Where we used to have almost 500 to 800 students coming per day, it dropped down to 10 to 20 students a day. Even the researchers and faculty won't come to the library, and the students were coming only before the exams. And I personally feel that we should not let the physical libraries die. Digital library is a necessity, but even physical libraries are sort of a heart of the institutions. So physical libraries should be maintained, and therefore we felt that there is need to innovate and attract the readers to library also. And in 2020, we started this concept of hybrid library at PGI, where we started investing on resources which will attract the readers in physical form to library, apart from fully maintaining a vibrant digital library. So we continued to improve our e-resources and also improve the library infrastructure in the form that we started having leisure reading areas where you will find motivational books or other inspirational books, where readers, apart from reading from the standard textbooks or journals can find the books which they can read at leisure time. We also got state-of-art computers with very fast internet, because that was one of the things which we wanted the readers to come to the library, because so that they can download large amount of e-resources in a very short period of time. We created discussion areas, because now the library, there is a lot of talk about discussion areas. So we were able to create soundproof discussion areas where students can sit, they can discuss among themselves without disturbing the other readers. And we also got some of the standard textbooks back in print form, because when we go to the library, even like as a faculty, I used to go to library. What I'm going to do library? There is nothing in the library. There is no book, no journal. So we thought we should have some standard textbooks and journals in print form also. And we got them, and that motivated some of the people to come in leisure time to read those books and journals. And we improved the air conditioning and reading ambience so that the people will find the library to be the best place to study. And the other two areas where we are working still on is, one is to create an evidence-based medicine center, because now there are a lot of researchers who are working on meta-analysis and systematic reviews. So they need librarians who are trained in doing a literature search. So we are going to have an evidence-based medicine center so that we can have a statistical and literature search support to the readers. So that will be another thing which will encourage the readers to come to the library. So this is what I was talking about. This is a leisure reading area, no tables, nothing else, just sit there, relax, and read books that motivate and entertain the readers to break from monotony and digital overload. And then these are soundproof discussion rooms where 10 to 12 people can sit, discuss, can have a short presentation. We have LCD projectors also, so one can do a short presentation inside the library. And then outreach is one of the most important component of the library, where the library staff now has to go out to the readers, educate them about the digital e-resources, so that more and more people are able to use the e-resources in a more appropriate and a better way. So finally, a brief word about what are the best practices for digital library. If we look at the NAAC best practices, we have NAAC best practices for print library, but unfortunately there are no set guidelines for a digital library. If you look at the best practice guidelines for print library, it says you should have computerization of the library with standard softwares, inclusion of sufficient information about the library in college university prospectus. There should be a compiling of student and teacher attendance statistics, displaying newspaper clippings on notice board periodically, career employment information service. So I'm sure all of us who have been going to the libraries are aware of these things being done in most of the libraries, because this is the bare minimum mandate for NAAC best practices for the library. But what are the best practices for digital library? There are none, but based on our experience, we can say that probably the best practices for a digital library should include internet facilities to different user groups, information literacy programs, displaying new arrivals and circulating it to academic departments on email, conducting book exhibitions, organizing book talks, and user service periodically. You should have a computerized library with a software, a library web page, electronic document delivery systems, and e-resources should be accessed electronically through traditional media like CD-ROMs or through internet as an electronic journal, online databases, e-book, or in the form of blogs, podcasts. So all modes of ICT should be used for transmitting the information. And finally, an institutional repository should be mandatory for library, where all the institutional research work is stored, disseminated, and is searchable also. You should have regular holding of seminars and webinars on various aspects of ICT and e-resources, along with having a 24-hour online readers advisory services, which should be part and parcel of a modern digital library. Finally, as an administrator, you should always look for feedback, look for suggestions, try to improve. So as an administrator of our library, I always encourage all my readers to send me either anonymous or with name emails about any facilities which they want to increase, and I periodically look at the other public platform review sites. So this is the 4.6 stars to our library. This is the recent one which was there, and all of the people are praising the e-resources and the ambience we have in our library. The 4.6 is because we are a disciplined library, we don't let people from outside enter. So if anyone is from outside is entering our library, they have to pay charges. So that's why some of the people are saying that we take charges, that's why the stars are not 5, but otherwise we are doing good. And so to conclude, digital revolution is evolving and is expanding, and we need to adapt. That's what we have learned from our experience. The most important aspect which we have learned is there should be a greater emphasis and need for staff training in information technology, and there is a need for evolving standard digital library best practices, where the emphasis should be on service quality and the nature of e-resources. Finally, as a library, best practices adopted should bridge the gap between the library collection and the user community for maximum utilization of e-resources. There is no point having 5,000 e-resources, but your users don't know how to use them, and they all will be waste. So that's the most important thing. You should be able to educate, disseminate the information, and troubleshoot their problems. Unless and until you do all these three things, just having a digital library will not serve the purpose of dissemination of the knowledge which the library is meant to do. Thank you so much for your patient hearing.
Thank you so much, Dr. Surendra Rana. The story of evolution of your digital library from just a physical library to digital and a hybrid library now. It's really inspirational, and it's, I think, the way to go for any medical college where, you diversify, keep on diversifying, and research and latest updates is one major mainstay of any medical sciences institution. So it's really motivating to know how your library has evolved, and thank you so much for that very, 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 very enlightening lecture. And I would request you to take your seat now, and I request our chairperson, Dr. Anil Khurana, to please be on the stage again, along with the other two speakers, please, Mr. Shaji John and Mr. Sanjay Goswami, if you can also kindly join us back on the stage. And ladies and gentlemen, it's my pleasure to inform you that we are now in the company of Dr. Jagdish Arora, Advisor, National Board of Accreditation, who has just joined us. He'll be one of our valued speakers in the next session. I request Dr. Deepti Singh, Research Officer, CCRH, to please welcome him to the conference with a rosebud. Thank you. And we are now opening the floor for discussions. Meanwhile, Dr. Deepti Singh welcoming Dr. Jagdish Arora, Advisor, National Board of Accreditation. Thank you. Thank you so much. So how would you like to proceed, Khurana sir? Would you like to take the questions first, or first your discussions? Okay. So do we have questions from this session? Yeah, so please go ahead. So can it straight off ask their questions from the seat, or should they come? Is it okay? They can speak on the hand mic. Please use the hand mic to take your questions. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for such an informative session. So my question is that you have mentioned in your presentation that about an institutional repository. So, sir, my question is that, is it, according to you, is it an idea to have a institutional repository, or is it, can I just speak, yeah, or is it an ideal scenario that every institution should have an institutional repository, or it is like an additional thing that, like students or the scholars can have information out of it? So is it?
As it's a very good question. As I'd highlighted, maintaining a repository is a tough challenge because it involves huge amount of budgeting. You need to have servers, you need to have secure servers, and then you need to have those databases searchable. So most of the institutions which have created their own repositories are facing challenges of cyber attacks. So that's what is concerning us also. That's why, although we have digitalized, but we still have not been able to create our own servers. So our digitalized repository is in the form of CD-ROMs only with us right now. The other option is to use the services of other publishers or public platforms, like for example you have Shodhganga, where you can give your thesis repositories there and they are maintaining it. That's one of the ways of maintaining our databases, but at our institution we felt that many of the databases which we have concern the patient's details. So we don't want to put it on a public platform. So that's why AIIMS and PGI don't have their research works or thesis on Shodh Ganga or any other public platform. So we'll gradually come up with our own repositories which will be secure and searchable, and you have to use your password and log in to get into them. So that's what we are ultimately aiming for, but then we have realized it involves a lot of infrastructure, a lot of money and a lot of IT professionals to man those repositories, because the servers do tend to go down and there is risk of cyber attacks. So in summary, for smaller institutions, it's better to go on to a public platform, which they do it for you unless and until you have a very secure data which you don't want to share on a public platform.
Okay, so I have another question. So I was just checking about that PGI MER regarding the repository, and it was a news of 24th of July. And it is talking about the health records and the patient data. So as you were just mentioning, it's not safe to showcase all the patient data and etc. So sir, in some cases, as we are all very much well aware of the fact that PGI is an institution where students are can get so many exposure regarding the rare cases. So, sir, whatever we are facing, that whenever we are just going to report in any rare cases, so maybe we are lack of that literature, we just don't get the literature out of it. So, sir, in that cases, like if we just need to search a rare disease or something like that, so is there any other facilities that we can get out of your library, like whatever you have just presented?
The patient data is on servers, but that's not linked on net, so that's not a publicly searchable. So if you want to search on some rare disease, you need to go to our IT center, give that whatever you want to search, they will take out the data for you and give it to you. So it is not that you can go and search. It's on servers, it is searchable, but it's not on a public platform. So it's not connected to net. Anyone else can't go and search. So you have to go physically to the server room and get that data. So that's the status currently. But once we are able to get secure servers and we are able to get a interface, user password logins, then we'll have that data searchable from your homes itself if you have a username and password. But I think that's a distant dream because we have a lot of challenges to overcome to achieve that.
Thank you so much, sir.
One of the things that many institutions have done is at least the metadata part of it, the titles, the table of contents, and the abstract part of the thing can be made accessible, because that's not a hidden data. So wherever we have integrated the IRs into the discovery platform, some of the institutions have decided to keep the full text under secure conditions as you would want to. So at least the table of contents and other things can be made discoverable. So that the people like that will at least know that that particular content is available.
So that's what change we have done is, because earlier the students used to submit a complete thesis. Now we have from last year made mandatory for students to submit the thesis along with an abstract. So that abstract is going to go on a public platform, so that probably will go on to Shodh Ganga. We have other publishers also who are willing to do that. So that abstract will come, that metadata will come publicly, but other things will stay with us only.
Any more question? Okay. So this was a very enlightening session for all of us. When we talk about two sides, one is totally which has been digitized and a platformware, and there's one which has a hybrid mode now. My question to both sides is how we can make it a more economical one, considering the scenario which we have in India. We have colleges which are private sector, there are government sector who are funded by the government side, and there are certain private practitioners who want to have an access to that also. They want to improve their clinical practice. So this is a condition where most of people are not going to that side because of the lack of financial resources. So how those can be supported, so that there was a time, I know, the mobile was very costly. Today it's very easy. It can be made available to everyone because of the change in technology and user friendliness and other things. So how can we support into that manner? Kindly just help us in taking up that, because I am now working as a chairperson of the National Commission. I'm looking towards these colleges now. And I want every college to have that kind of a digital library, as well as some part of that should be a physical mode also. So that library can be made more lively. Students should go into there and they should sit, not to tagged onto their mobiles always. So how can that be done? Because those private colleges, if they have heavy burden on their financial resources, they will cash it from the students by increasing the fees. So we do not want burden our students, but as well as we want to make them available these kind of resources in that manner. If you can just enlighten on that also.
Would you want to speak first?
No, I want you to speak first.
Okay, it's a very interesting question which puts the publishers in a defensive mode right from the starting. But I would want to just enlighten that, there is an ecosystem that has been built. The ecosystem is, there is a particular author wants to publish, they want to not only publish in a reputed journal, right? That journal, to get it across worldwide, there is a marketing cost to it, okay? And when publishers do businesses, if you really look into it, there is very few publishers who are actually making money. Most publishers, if you really, in the last at least 25 years, there's a process of consolidation. We used to have a particular conference known as the London Online. That was the biggest conferences of our times. At some stage, it used to be 3 floors. Now, today, when you go to any of the ILAs or other conferences, it is like one small floor. It should be good enough for all the publishers of this industry put together. Less than 20, 25 stalls at best. And there are some software companies that has come, which is a different matter altogether. So there is an ecosystem. That ecosystem needs to be supported. If you really talk about open access is taking a lot of, is making a lot of progress. But still, even the ideology of open access system has also changed. For example, if for our time, if all of you would know a journal called PLOS, P-L-O-S, it's an open source journal. It's the editor's concept was to make it free. The editor's concept was to make it free. So what he did, so free means there is this thing. Free doesn't mean free. As I referenced Langar is not free. Some devotee is paying for it. So the initial editor of PLOS got a huge funding, and he made this journal free for people to access. Great job. But the funding closed at some point of time. 3 years, 5 years down the line, that millions of dollars he got finished. Now what? Today, PLOS charges $1,400 to publish one open access article. If you were an author and wanted to write in PLOS, you have to pay $1,400. So the ecosystem needs to be supported. Either the author pays or the publisher pays. Definitely, there is a big question mark in this industry is, should the publishers charge so much? Should the publishers charge so much? It's a valid question because basically we are selling things back to you what you have written. That's what the business model is. But if you ask me if the publisher's making money, the primary major ones, 1 or 2, because they are not in the room, it's not fair to take their name. Some are making money, but there are a lot of people who are selling cost affordable solutions also. But if the decision is made as to who will fund it, because there is a cost to every activity. If that resolution is taken, I think there should not be any trouble for doing that.
I think Mr. Shaji has summed up everything so beautifully, because it's a broader issue. It talks about economics. It's the way a society runs. What is the model in that particular society? Because you have on one side socialism, on the other side capitalism. So it's the way that works. But only thing, as a administrator in charge of the library, or as a person who has worked in 2 different institutions. Earlier I was in one of the best institutions in Delhi. I did my MBBS and MD from here only. Then I went to PGI. So, once you go to PGI, we are told that this is the best institution. And once you are in a best institution, and actually I feel privileged and even proud to say that we don't face financial constraints in PGI, because the government's mandate is to create a best institution. So once you are striving to be the best, then you have to, go for the best things in the world. That's how you're able to achieve. And plus, we have been able to show by results also. If we look at PGI, annually we publish about 2,000 research papers. That's a huge amount of publication from a single institution. So our mandate is to be the best. We try to be the best with whatever resources we are having. And we are fortunate that the government is funding us, and finances usually have never been constraints with us.
So, going back to the technical side, what I could learn from both the speakers, yes, there is a need to improve the digital literacy. We have to bring that in our sector. Ayush sector is lacking into this part hugely. I have been interacting with colleges right now since last 2 or 3 years, and even the faculties don't have that kind of a digital literacy available to them. And once they do not know, the students will not be coming to that kind of a motivation. So this is how the scenario has to be changed. And you are all budding researchers and coming up to research side, you have to tap these resources to improve your quality of outcome, which we expect as a researcher. So let's take to that, and we will be interacting more after this lunch on these aspects. I thank both the speakers and all the speakers that it was an enlightening session to us. A kind of technology tools which have now come up are amazing as of now. We have been taking up these in a different manner, but after learning from these presentations, there's a sea change in the area, and newer things are coming up which are becoming simpler, although it takes up to us, looks up to us as a complex. But once we go into using this, it becomes easy. As the mobile computer, when it came into 1980s, it was difficult to handle by everyone. People were shaking away to take up computers. But gradually it has become part. The computer has come into our hand in the form of a mobile. So the technologies are becoming easy, user-friendly, and let's use these kind of resources, optimum resources. But I want to have one solution from the developer side. Can we choose our packages so that it becomes economical as well as more friendly for us? So those kind of packages, can these be made available as per our need? Can I choose out of that? Should I to take up the whole, or I can pick up something which is more useful for me as a domain in homeopathy or any other sector which we need to that. If those kind of facilities can be made available to us, like we have channels, we can select the channels, we can design our own package, and I can pay for that. Those kind of facilities could be made available to us. Thank you for being here.
Right, thank you, sir.
Us. Thank
yes,
you.
sir, thank you. And we would now like to I now request Dr. Anil Khurana and also Mr. Shaji John to please felicitate Dr. Surinder Rana for his very, very dynamic lecture and his dynamic presence, of course. And we're really thankful for you to be here today, spending some valuable hours with us. And yes, he has come all the way in this winter from Chandigarh and made it here. Thank you so much for your presence today. We really value it. I also request Dr. Khurana now to also felicitate the other two speakers, Mr. Sanjay Goswami and okay, we actually, yeah, I think we already thanked Mr. Shati Chaur in the inaugural ceremony, so we're not giving you another bag. But if Mr. Sanjay Goswami, yeah, thank you so much. Thanks a lot. And right, so that will be the end of our first technical session. And do we break for lunch now? And if we can have a photograph of the entire speakers and the chairperson, along with the moderator and Dr. Daisy and Kanchan, if you can also join, please. Okay, so Khurana sir is telling the time, resuming time will be 2:30. So yes, we are not going to extend this so that we can actually finish the workshop, wind up things on time, and everybody can go back home on time. I think everybody would love to do that. So let's be here at 2:30 sharp so that we can resume our second session at 2:30 p.m. Thank you so much. Sir, मुझे खुद नहीं पता. Lunch. Sir, lunch is being served in the canteen, which is on the second floor, please. Everybody, please proceed to the canteen. Thank you.
CCRH welcome you all in the second technical session of the National Conference on New Digital Trends and Tools in Clinical and Decision Support, jointly organized by EBSCO Information Services and CCRH. In this session, we'll be introduced to the topics such as SaaS, simply access to your library's resources. The second topic we'll be discussing is the roadmap for One Nation, One Subscription, lessons to learn from a national initiative. The third and the final topic of discussion today will be EBSCO Biomedical Research Database and Clinical Decision Support Tools, including Medline Ultimate and Dynamedics. So to begin, first I would like to call upon the dais, the chairperson of the session, Dr. Sunil Ramteke sir, Assistant Director, Homeopathy, CCRH. I would like Meenakshi ma'am to welcome sir, please. Next, I would like to call upon the speakers of this session. The first speaker of a session, Shri Satyajit Balian, Director of SaaS, South Asia EBSCO Information Services India Private Limited. Mr. Balian is an MBA in Telecom and Finance based out of Delhi office and has an experience of more than 3 years working in technical domain, managing medical databases like Medline and Cochrane Plus. I would like Dr. Padmalia to welcome sir. Dr. Padmalia, please welcome Mr. Balian. Then the next speaker I would like to call upon is Dr. Jagdish Arora, Advisor, National Board of Accreditation and former Director of InfluBnet Center. He has also worked as librarian in both IIT Delhi and IIT Mumbai. Dr. Arora is a recipient of many national and international awards and has more than 100 research articles to his credit. He has also presented many research papers in national and international conferences. We welcome you, sir. I would request Dr. Bharti to welcome Dr. Jagdish Arora, please. The third speaker I would like to call upon is Mr. Rajesh Bhatt, Business Manager, West, Biomedical and Academia, EBSCO. Mr. Bhatt joined EBSCO in November 2018 and has over 15 years of experience in education and corporate. He handles sales operations for Maharashtra, Goa and Gujarat from their Mumbai office. We welcome you, sir. I would request Dr. Verma to please welcome sir. The final speaker I would like to call upon to the dais is Mr. Shakti Vats, Business Manager North, Biomedical and Corporate, EBSCO. Mr. Vats joined EBSCO in December 2021. He is a seasoned sales professional having PhD in Management Studies. So please, I would request Dr. Karan Preet to welcome sir. The rapporteur for this session will be Dr. Pratha Mehra, Scientist 3, CCRH. So let's begin the session with the first speaker, Shri Satyajit Balin. His topic of deliberation will be SAS, simply access to your library's resources. Over to you, sir.
Hello. Yeah. Well, thank you, ma'am, for the introduction, and a very good afternoon to everyone. My name is Satyajit, and I'm the director of SAS for South Asia at EBSCO Information Services. So I would be taking you through how EBSCO's technology and the products that we have simplify the access for the users in the library domain. So the following is the agenda. Like, we would be discussing on how the transformation is undergoing in the library space. What is the responsiveness of the rapidly changing technology? Also, networking of the libraries is very important and is under consideration as well. And also how we can build the capacity of the library professionals, and how EBSCO's SaaS solutions make the above possible. So we understand the libraries today must support research and innovation, teaching and learning, institutional projects, and self-development of the students. However, modern libraries must also offer information resources, information literacy, innovative services, and devices as well. And remote access is obviously a very good add-on that the users can receive from the library. So the traditional libraries that we see today do offer. Yes.
I think they can sit there and see the presentation. They will not be able to see.
I'm sorry.
I just request them to be seated there.
Oh yeah. Oh sure.
I think all of you can just sit there and see the presentation, because it will not be possible for you from here. Yeah? Thank you, sir.
Right. So, like I was saying, the traditional libraries today offer space for the students, to have their research, books, and also cataloging and loaning as well from the libraries as a service, and the furniture for the students. However, the libraries are transforming. There are devices for interaction. Digital literacy is increasing. We have online experiences as well. After the lockdown, we all have seen the online experience is increasing, and electronic content is also on a rise. But then the libraries are transforming even more with incubation centers coming in. We have self-services like kiosks available now in the libraries, maker spaces are there, and cloud services. Like with the upcoming technologies, cloud services are also on a rise. So changing technologies in libraries. So like, what technologies are disrupting the library space at the moment? We know AI is playing a very major role in you can say the reference robot and services. This is still in practice. Service transformation is coming in. We know software adoption. We have various tools. We have analytics tools to see the usage which is currently there. We have OPAC as well. And in terms of open source, we have website development, we have learning management systems like Moodle, and also library services platform, which I'll be talking more about, and other technologies like e-researches, mobile computing, and a very interesting one which I saw while I was doing my research for this presentation was metaverse libraries as well, which is upcoming in the near future. So the response of libraries in terms of technologies, we all know there is a certain kind of economic pressure which is there on the libraries. This can be due to the rise in subscription cost and the fundings being diminished. We need to improve the digital literacy. We need to utilize like tools and platforms, and also educating on information and misinformation that is available online. And there can be certain infrastructure problem as well, like in terms of collaboration between the authorities, implementation, and also data sharing as well. If you can look at the diagram, you can see the library automation in various aspects. So let's say, for example, if a user is sitting there at home, they require the remote access. Libraries, they need several softwares in terms of management, like ERM. For content management, they need a CMS tool. They need a library services platform as well, and they need to consolidate the usage which is there. So analytics also plays a very major role. The researchers need to research about their topics in a single platform, which can be a discovery tool. So we also want libraries to talk to each other. We want them to share their catalogs with each other, so that automatically the usage for all these libraries will increase. So in terms of capacity building of library professionals, we know internet literacy in terms of website publishing, in terms of maintenance, website design, and web hosting knowledge is very important. Networking knowledge in terms of how the systems communicate with each other, information search and retrieval, and also operational knowledge is very important in today's landscape. So EBSCO's software as a service, SaaS, as we know, it lowers the cost, in terms of installation, maintenance, and upgrades. Everything can be taken care by the vendor. It also decreases the time as well, and the library gets guaranteed SLAs and the security also, and the adoption rate automatically increase, as well as the scalability and accessibility. So our SaaS suite of products has the following products. So we have our own discovery systems, which is the EBSCO Discovery Service. We have OpenAthens for seamless access. We have Panorama for analytics, EBSCO Stacks for content management, and Folio for library management. So if you remember the diagram which I showed you before, this is how it transforms with the EBSCO's digital transformation. So for libraries, for the management, we have EBSCO Folio Services, Stacks, and Panorama. For access, for remote access, we have OpenAthens. And for search, we have EBSCO Discovery, Publication Finder, and Concept Map. So let's start with EBSCO Discovery Service and see what it is all about. So EBSCO Discovery Service is a platform which provides single search for all the content. In fact, I would say trusted content, relevant results, which saves time, and it can be accessed anytime, anywhere, and which is one of the best return of investments a library can have. I would say it is a perfect amalgamation of content and technology. Its interoperable nature allows it so. With a single search, you get a lots of benefits. It is directly integrable with Google Casa. You can email the result which you are interested in. You can add it to a folder and share with your peers. You can export it, create note. You can listen in the form of audio as well, or you can translate it in your regional languages. So EBSCO Discovery Services, it provides you the content which is subscribed by the library, in fact, which is purchased by the library as well, open access content, and you can add your own content as well. If I know we were talking about institutional repository, you can integrate your IR with EBSCO Discovery Services. So for the librarians, it is easy you can access reports and statistics. You can have customization done as per your library's requirements. You have e-resources and knowledge base, and you also have link resolvers, which gives access to the full text. For the user, the full text is available. You can save it as your favorite. You can copy and export the references. And also you can export citations as well in various formats which are available. So EDS's central index, it has all these several filters and access options like full text. You can also search in terms of date of publication, document types, subject, publication, and all the other criteria as displayed. So this is what a classic UI looks like for EBSCO Discovery Service. So you can see you have your various filters on the left-hand side. We also have research starters. Now in this, you can see the digital marketing. Once the user clicks on the research starter, they will get a push on how to do their research. And also we have concept map option as well, and the link to full text. So in terms of mobile applications, it is there with EBSCO Discovery Services available on Google Play Store and App Store. So you can see the ebook availability as well. You can read it, bookmark it, and highlight text as well. And you can also view like what ebooks are available at the moment. EDS comes with concept map, as I said earlier, and it has been discussed before in our previous sessions as well. So let's move to Open Athens. A few statistics to show you. So there were around 300 fake websites and login pages which are linked to 76 universities. There were over 400 universities and institutes across 41 countries that had their networks compromised by Sci-Hub. Third largest, which is UK's National Cybersecurity Centre, and lists the education sector as the third largest target for cybercrime, and 1.14 million of ransom was asked by a medical research institution which was working on a cure for COVID-19 vaccine. So what is SNSI? It is a scholarly network for security initiative, and all the publishers that you see on the screen right now have come together, and they currently support SAML, which is the Secured Access Markup Language, and these include both large and medium publishers, and they have their own community for this. So what is Open Athens? It is a state-of-the-art authentication system such as SAS. It allows access to all the library's resources. It replaces the current IP authentication that is there and the proxy access. It is easy to implement as it is a SaaS software. It is unique access. It gives unique access to digital content of the library. And about Open Athens, you can also read on Research Access 21. It is a vendor initiative to change the authentication from IP to single sign-on. So let's move to Panorama now, which is the analytics part. Now it gives an insight about how your library is currently performing at the moment. It is a self-service platform for data discovery. You can have custom dashboard builds in the platform itself. It automatically collects the data at the backend. You need not do any manual effort, and it is customizable in terms of data sources as well. You can export the data which is available, and I would also show you a few of the dashboards that are currently available with Panorama. So you can see the library overview, the number of loans that have been given out, the physical collection that is present, the total number of e-resources, and unique patrons which have come into your library. So the library overview is the default dashboard which pops up, and all the data is populated into this dashboard once the user logs in. So we also have collections budget overview as well. So it shows the current funding which the library has, and depending upon your expenditure, it automatically adjusts how the library is performing. The circulation of statistics of physical items. So you can see in this dashboard the number of loans versus previous year. Top locations by the loan. You can filter it out in terms of disciplines as well. E-resource usage. You can see the total number of e-books that have been used by the users. And authentication analytics, you can see from where the user has accessed that particular e-resource. And also student outcomes as well. Now, this is a very generalized dashboard. Definitely we would like to sit down and have a conversation of how your student matrix is. But this dashboard basically shows like what is the library usage versus the outcome of the students in terms of GPAs. You can also filter out depending on the GPA, depending upon which semester are you looking for, the degree level as well, and also EBSCO stacks for content management. Now it gives an overall new library experience. It empowers the librarians to create an optimal digital library and combines all the web tools that are available at the moment right now. This is what the dashboard looks like. In terms of the usage, it is very easy to customize the complete website, and everything can be managed from the library itself. The IT department has a very little role to play in this. So it is a website that matches the student expectations. It curates the targeted search experiences, brings discovery services, events, guides, everything which the library wishes to inform to the users into a single place, into a single platform, and also it is very responsive and has a modern design. So it is value for multiple sites and locations. And here are a few features of the stacks. So search integration. Now let's say, for example, if you have multiple search tools available at your library, so one being EBSCO Discovery Services, you can also integrate other tools as well, and you can select from which discovery service or from which tool would you like to search, or if you would like to have a combined search from all the discovery tools that are there, that can also be done. So the feature what we call is stacks bento search. And the ILS specification, so it is also integratable with your current ILS systems also. And it also provides fully responsive themes. So your library, which looks like this, it can be transformed into this and to this in a matter of moments. You can also engage with the students. The students can log into your website. They can select the room if they want to have a meeting. They can also look for events as well and collections which are available in the library. The institutional repository can also be integrated into this, and research guides can also be seen. These are all the various integrations that can be done with EBSCO stacks. Now, to have a conversation about Folio, which is the library management system, and it is the library services platform, it combines the management of the library resources, discovery, and analytical data into a single platform. So it is a new library system which is built in 10 years, I would say. It integrates both print and electronic resource management. It is modular in nature, like how you have your mobile phones, you have various applications like settings, camera, and each of these applications have a different purpose altogether. So similarly, there are multiple applications that I'll be showing available in Folio, and it includes statistics and analytics as well. So it is a simple and easy to use system. It is easy to deploy, upgrade, and customize as well. So if you can see on the left hand side, these are the various applications that are available in Folio. These are modular in nature. Let's say, for example, if you already have something for print resources, but you would like to have you would like to implement Folio first for electronic resources, that can be done as well. So the scope of Folio, currently we see the ILS systems like Koha, Voyager, and various other resources are currently focused on the print resources only. But Folio, it integrates print management, electronic management, and integrations as well with open APIs. So Folio is a software, but is an open project as well. It is open source. the open source code is available online. To compare the typical library services, you can see majorly the software that is being used is Excel and the ILS system currently available in the library. But this is how Folio bridges the gap of all the applications that are currently present. So the major software releases are mentioned in the slide here. Currently we are on Nolana, and the customer facing release right now is Morning Glory. The Folio adopters are increasing day by day, and even as we speak. Currently in Asia, we have Geo Institute, which is there in Mumbai, and National Taiwan University. So the latest news that I would like to bring forward is that the Library of Congress has chosen Folio, and EBSCO will be implementing Folio for National Library of Congress. So to give you an overall architecture, the management software is Folio, which talks with EBSCO Discovery Services, and for the analytics, we use Panorama. All the integrations can be done via open APIs, and your LMSs can also be integrated as well. So this diagram shows how EBSCO fits in the library system, and all the systems can have a conversation with each other. So please allow us to join in your digital transformation journey with all the tools that are available. But the major and the most important innovation that we have come up with is about resource sharing. So what about resource sharing? We have introduced a new tool called Bibliograph, which currently works on BibFrame. And how do we accelerate the research and help users gain new insights? We know researchers mostly use Google or any other discovery tool, as a matter of fact, to go and research and look for topics that they are interested in. But we would like to accelerate that. We would like to have the users access to more and more resources and create new insights by making relationship between people, places, discipline as well. Today's libraries collection are mostly present in MARC format, but we are changing this and we are transforming it to BibFrame with the help of Bibliograph. So what Bibliograph does, by using BibFrame, it connects, enriches, and the library resources are published over the World Wide Web. So if you can see on the left-hand side, there's the MARC record, and on the right-hand side, there's the BibFrame. So each and every information that is available on MARC is converted into a link, and the link can be accessed on the World Wide Web. So there's a famous book by Albert Einstein, The World as I See It. So it is a subject for the Bibliograph, and the author, which is Albert Einstein, is the object for that. And there's a relation in between the two things, and that is how the linking is done. And if say for example, the person is in, the enriching the person with the Wikidata is already done in the Bibliograph. It also connects various multilingual languages as well. So let's say, for example, if Albert Einstein is available in various other languages as shown in the slide, all these different languages can be synced up with Bibliograph for a multilingual search. The data graph is how this looks like. Each and every object is connected to each other. So Library of Congress is launching an effort to transform the collection of management and access with BibFrame and Bibliograph. But how are the libraries using linked data today? On Google, there's a feature called Google Syndication, which is currently available in US and Australia. So let's say, for example, if you search for the meaning of relativity, which is also written by Albert Einstein, you you can search it on Google, and you can see the option for borrow available on Google. So the users can borrow this book from Google directly, and this is with the help of Bibliograph. Also, you can publish the complete catalog, which is available with your library over the World Wide Web. Say, for example, if you want to publish over on the website of CCRH or the digital library, that can be done as well. So this basically bridges the gaps in the library collection and is majorly used to increase the resource and the utilization of the resources in the library. That is all from my end. If there are any questions, I would love to take it down.
Thank you, sir, for your insights and letting us know the unique topics about the Panorama, EBSCO stacks, EBSCO discovery services, and the folio BIP frame. I think we all are acquainted with this today. So any questions from sir? Okay, we'll move on to the second session now. I would like to call upon our second speaker, Dr. Jagdish Arora. The topic of his presentation today is Roadmap for One Nation, One Subscription, Lesson to Learn from National Initiatives. Over to you, sir.
Not only institution but general public also. So a good concept, but of course it's doable or not is something which one have to ponder upon. There are nations like, for example, some of the countries in Saudi Arabia, Finland, Taiwan, where this is already there. So people have access to resources. Everyone have access to resources, whichever are subscribed. It's a good concept, but then something which need to be looked at a country like India, where not only national population, we also have a large international populations with so many multinational centers, and of course even MNCs that are operating from India mostly in a larger way. So let's look at what was the proposal that we made to Government of India, and how is that we can benefit in Ayush consortium. I suppose Ayush subscribe to resources for a number of Ayush institutions. So we can learn something from that. So the background is that countrywide access to all resources from international scientific community that they publish, signed national licenses with most of the prominent stamp publishers of the world whose contents are already being subscribed by institutions, by various HIs, or directly by the institution or through the government consortium. There are a number of government consortium. Consortium basically means that a group of libraries come together and subscribe to resources. For example, eShod Sindhu is a consortium where all IITs, all universities, all NITs, all government funded institutions are subscribing to resources. That is called consortium, and of course Ayush consortium means that you are subscribing to resources for Ayush institutions through government funding. So basically means that easy, equitable and ubiquitous access to resources, high quality journals to every citizen of the country, and thus stimulating environment of scientific and technical research. Beneficiary would of course be research institutions, academic institutions and individuals. So it is like available to everybody. An estimated amount of 1,500 crore is being already spent by libraries and consortium for subscribing to resources. So it is possible that we spend the same amount and provide access to everyone in the country. Of course, this is something to be negotiated. We have publisher friends who may not agree with me, but then maybe you can spend slightly more and provide access to everybody. This is something which is feasible. Now, why it is feasible is something that I'll be talking about. In a survey done for the 10 consortium, 10 government funded consortium, we found that out of 10 government funded consortium, 8 consortiums subscribe to 92 unique resources. They're not too many, 92, manageable. Most resources subscribed by these consortium were common. The degree of overlap varies from 35% in case of DELCON consortium, which is by Biomedical Sciences Consortium, to 100% in case of MCIT consortium, which is a consortium of computers and information technology group of institution. In a nationwide survey that was conducted by INCRIBNET, about 500 institutions gave their feedback, and the requirement was only 100 resources. So basically, you can see the two data, 92 unique institutions and about 500, about 100 resources from 500 institutions. So something doable, manageable, which basically also means that a small group of publishers publish journals that are common to all discipline. It covers all discipline. Openness is feasible, economical and beneficial because resources requirement of a large number of institutions are common. Rather, we are looking at the common publishers at least. Negotiation at the national level with combined negotiating power of more than 50,000 institutions can do this, and access to a larger number of resources would be available to the entire population of India in addition to institutions that are already subscribing to many of these resources. It is estimated that negotiated cost of all resources would be less than what we are already spending, and the amount that is already being spent annually by more than 10 government consortium and individual institutions. It is proposed that savings made from this can be put in to promote open access in India. Open access is very essential, and of course you have seen examples of open access, including open access journals, open access institution repositories, and of course we'll be touching upon it again. So if you look at the implementation of ONS, planning and executions, there has to be what we call in ministry Standing Finance Committee, SFC, where basically you put up a committee and then justify why you need money, what you need. At a ministry level, I think the maximum you can go is 500 crores, and then if it is more than that, then you need a I think, Standing Finance Committee or something. So, of course, that is interministerial, and the proposal go to Ministry of Expenditure, things like that. Continuous and perpetual access to licensed resources. It is important that once you subscribe to a resource, it should continue for at least 10 to 15 years. In fact, in IIT Delhi, where I was working, there was a rule that once you subscribe to a journal, at least 10 years it should continue. Otherwise, a single volume or a single year doesn't make much sense. So continuity is important. Institutionalization of ONS. There has to be an institution behind every initiative that is there. It just cannot be left in open. So I propose that InflibNet Center should be the one that should do that, and it has already been assigned to InflibNet. So ONS is being done by InflibNet. And governance, of course, you need to have various levels of committee, which include resource selection committee, then steering committee, then advisory committee, and finally negotiation committee. Now, if you look at consortium, most consortium confine their activity to negotiating of resources only. And of course, when you spend crores of rupees, that should not be the task. The task is not only negotiate and left it to the users to use it. There has to be a lot of activities that has to be done around it. I have identified 7 activities, of course, in addition to negotiation: usage monitoring and auditing, archiving and archival access, federated search solutions and discovery system. I'm sure our friends from EBSCO has already talked about it. They are one of the best federated search solution available with them. Access management. How do you provide access to people, which also include that access not only in institution, but also when you're traveling or when you're sitting home. You should be able to access those resources. Promote usage, common model licenses, and promote open access. So I'll be talking of each of these verticals one by one. Usage monitoring. Now, when you use a resource, basically you download it. When you download it, you get a statistics, and most publishers maintain that statistics, and then they supply it to the institution monthly, which kind of provide information as to how many search were made, how many articles were downloaded, where from these articles came from. Suppose you have 100 journals, so out of 100, how many journals were used and how many were left behind. So those kind of statistics come. So it is important that statistics is used, cumulated, analyzed, and at the end of the year you should know which resource is being used, which one is not. So that are not properly used, one should have some kind of a program to promote it. One should look at it as if it is useful or not, whether you want to continue them or discontinue. So there are automated interface to harvest these usage statistics. So you don't have to depend on the publisher. He supplies you the statistic. You should be able to download it from their site and populate it on your website. So that kind of interfaces are available. At InflibNet, we have developed a package called InfiState that downloads such statistics, which is generally Counter and Chushy compliant. Counter and Chushy are 2 protocols that defines as to how statistics should be presented and then how it can be downloaded, reused, and repurposed for analysis and trend analysis and in-depth usage analysis. Cost effectiveness and return on investment. It's very interesting as to how your journal articles can give return on investment. There's a very interesting study done by one Tenopir. He's a scientist, Larry I'm not very sure about the name, but Tenopir. They did a study. What they did was they looked at the project that an institution brought to the institution, looked at the citation that they have made. And depending on the citation, whether those citations are available in the library or not. So made an analysis and they found out that for every rupee that you spent in a library, the return is 8 rupees. And of course, it varied from country to country. In US, the return was 16. In South Asia, return was 8 rupees, and in between they've covered Europe also. It's very interesting to note that there is a return on what you invest in the library, although it is very difficult to find out how do you do that. But people have done that. In fact, there is a study on a pharmaceutical company where they have an assignment. I mean, the consignment, that consignment consisted of some equipment like injections and things like that. Now, that got contaminated in sea. And when it got contaminated, the idea was whether to receive it or reject it. If you receive it, fine, your production continues. If you don't, then your production stops. The problem was, when the production stops, what are the losses? And if you receive and if it is contaminated, what would be the problem? So finally they came to the library. The library gave them information as to what kind of organism are available in the sea and what kind of contamination you can see. So based on that information, they decided to reject that particular consignment, and how much they saved, that kind of analysis is available. So library is useful, but only thing is one have to be very proactive and supportive in the actions that they take and information that they use. The second vertical is archives and archival access. See, when you subscribe to resources, and if you don't renew, then you stop getting access to resources. No, but you have paid for 1 year. So at least that 1 year should be able to available. So that kind of terms and licenses should be available. Like for example, eShow Sindhu or UGC Infonaut is now in 10th year. So for 10 years, you should be able to have that data. Now it depends on what kind of licenses you have signed. You should be able to sign a licenses where you should have back files of the 10 years that you have subscribed for. Of course, it depends on publisher to publisher, but most publishers allow that. In fact, I'm thankful to EBSCO. When we were subscribing to their resources for Index Consortium, they gave us a CD. They made an exception, gave us a CD. Of course, you can't use the CD anymore, but that time they did that for us. So it depends on what kind of licenses you sign. It should be possible. What is important is that in a country like ours, where we are subscribing to resources for, maybe 20 years now, we don't have our own archival system available at all. Today, if US decide that we'll not give our database access to India, you just can't do anything, because most of it is published by US, Europe and other country. So we should have our local archive where we should be able to, archive all the back files that we have subscribed for. That is our right, but then we should be prepared ourselves. Like in the morning, the person from PG Institute was mentioning that it needs a huge, infrastructure to host that. You're not talking of one publisher, you're talking of 100 publishers. The data from 100 publishers, not only metadata, but the full text article have to be stored somewhere, which of course is a huge task, but then that is something which is desirable. So the solution that are available is that the publisher provides access to his own site for archival data, local hosting, which I am basically arguing for, and third is engaging services for organization like Portico, or deploy technological solution like clocks, locks, clocks, and OCLC. So they have some archival solution. Of course, you have to subscribe to them, but you have archival access to these resources. Third vertical is federated search solutions. I'm sure you've heard from EBSCO. EBSCO has one of the best federated search solution. JGate Plus, which is a product from Informatics India, is in a way also works like a federated search solution, because they index about 45,000 journals, and it does cover the back files. So it does offer in kind of a solutions which multiple consortium use, like eShow Sindhu, SERA, MOES, National Cancer Grid. They all use this JGate Plus as a federated search solution. Although it's not a true federated search, but then maybe a semblance of it. So it would be desirable for owners or for Ayush to have such a solutions available to them. Access management. Now, most of the time, when you subscribe to a resources, the resource is available on IP addresses that you use in an institutions. So when you are on your institution, you get access to resources. As soon as you leave the institution, you don't have access to resources. Access management basically means that you should be able to access e-resources when you are traveling or when you are, at your home or wherever you are, irrespective of your physical location. Open Athens is one of the solutions that EBSCO has, which provide that opportunity. You can have access to. InflameNet also have a solution called Shibboleth-based InFed, which is Shibboleth-based access management system, which is available. In fact, Ayush can also join. It is available free of cost. Promoting usage. This is very important. Like I mentioned that if a resource is not properly used, there should be promotion. What it covers. And basically the problem is people may not know as to this about existence of a resource. I've seen most people go to Google to their searches. When they click to a resource, if they get a full text resource, they don't realize that it is something which is subscribed by the library. It's just that the link is leading to a resource that is subscribed. So it is important that people should know as to what their institution is subscribing to. And once they know, generally usage is increased. In fact, when we, at Isho Sindhu, when we conduct a orientation program or awareness program in institutions, the usage of resources increases. So ongoing promotion policy is important. I suggest they develop online interactive instructional courseware for every resource and put them on Swayam so that people can use them. Software that support reference management and authoring tools also should be, workshop may be conducted on them also. Common model licenses, basically when you sign on an agreement that publisher brings to you, most of the time they look at their own interest. So you should ensure that your interests are also spelled out properly in the license document. And in fact, World Bank have a practice that they ask people to sign an agreement which is designed by them. So likewise, we should have our own agreement, or at least we should ensure that the terms and conditions that are favorable to us are incorporated in license agreements. So some of the most important key issues are limits to the annual increase in price, authorized users and authorized usage, access and access management, performance obligation, usage statistics, compliance to standard related to usage statistics, terms of renewal and termination, perpetual access, local archiving rights, dispute resolution and jurisdiction and indemnities. In fact, if dispute resolution jurisdiction is in the country of origin, then you are in trouble. You can't go to Amsterdam or you can't go to US for that. So the dispute should be resolved in India only. So that kind of clauses should be incorporated. Finally, open access. Now, open access, of course, have several flavors. Open access journal is called basically golden route to open access. So it is proposed that we should set up open access journal as one of the verticals as long-term alternate to national licensing of toll-based journals. So this particular model, of course, open access has its own problem, but then it is something which is in. Most publishers have, their journals are coming in hybrid mode. You can have it in open access, you can have it on toll-based. So those verticals are there. What we should do is we should deploy highly reputed academician or scientists as editor of journals and start open access journals, at least in all major disciplines. attract articles from national and international scientists, and there should not be any charge from authors, completely free to authors, but there should be peer reviewing, should be very strict. Data repositories, basically the data should be publicly available. What we publish in journals is the basically what we derive from the data. The raw data is not available. So raw and unique data should be available in the repositories. In fact, DST has come up with the National Data Sharing and Accessibility Policy, but it has not been implemented. I think this is something that is required, and Ayush, being a discipline of its own, can start for Ayush related data. Institution repository, I think the person from PG has already spoken about it. Institution repository is definitely desirable. From India, there are about 129 institution repositories that are listed in Registry of Open Access Repositories. And of course, somebody spoke about SAS. So offer IR software as a service to institutions. EBSCO might already have such a solution, but this is something which is desirable. Institutions may not be able to put their own institution repository, but if it is available as a SaaS, they can use it. In fact, InflibNet, in a shorter way, also does it for some colleges and institutions. Domain-specific repository, like the idea is that you can have a repository on a given subject. Like for example, Ayush can have a domain-specific repository related to alternative medicine and things like that. And not only it is restricted to your own institution, but it is open to all Ayush activities across the country. So that way you have open access repository, which is open to almost everyone, at least in India. Finally, promote open access to Indian publications. The idea is that there are about 301 open access journals listed in Directory of Open Access Journals. JGate indexed about 3,646 journals. ONS may negotiate with publishers to provide open access to articles published by Indians to Indian citizens. So at least our own content should be available openly. So the lesson that we can take up, Ayush can take up, is that consortium does not mean only subscribing to resources. We should go beyond it, and activities and services that need to be built around what you subscribe to is very important. So the 7 verticals that we have described basically look at the promotion of activities, promotion of resources, usage of resources, and of course common modern licenses is required to ensure uniform and favorable terms and conditions of usage, and access management is required to prevent misuse of resources. So local hosting of archive content is essential in the national interest, although it requires huge IT infrastructure and expertise. Thanks a lot for your patience hearing. If you have any questions, I'll be happy to answer.
Thank you so much, sir, for this enlightening session. We were able to know the unique features of owners, how to implement owners, and the 7 important verticals of owners in detail. I think everybody has been acquainted with it now. Any questions from sir right now? Do we have any questions from the audience? Okay, we'll move to the third and the last presentation of this session. So now I would like to call upon Mr. Rajesh Bhatt and Mr. Shakti Vats. Their topic of discussion today is EBSCO biomedical research databases and clinical decision support tools, which includes Medline Ultimate and Dynametics. Over to you, gentlemen.
Thank you, ma'am. So good afternoon, everyone. I'm Shakti Vats, and with me, my friend Mr. Rajesh. We both are business manager for EBSCO. So today, first of all, I want to thank you all to having us here for the one of the best point of care tool. We call it a CDS, named as Dynamed. So our main vision, and I'll say, is to ensure the confidence in practice. So before I go further over my slides, I will tell you that this particular product will ensure that you get the best outcome from the practice. Okay, so we have the best available evidence here, as well as the best clinical expertise. And we know that it is very much difficult to get both of the products, both of the things in a single platform. It's very rare. So we created this Dynamed, which makes sure that the best available evidence and clinical expertise can be, driven over a single platform. So how do we get it is, we have over 125 physicians and scientists as a staff, and more than 450 physicians all around the world who write and peer review our content. So what do our team monitor? So our team monitors more than 3,000 medical journals, as you can see on the screen, like the NEJM, Lancet, BMJ, and the Faculty of Homeopathy, as well as the Journal of Herbal Pharmacotherapy, and many others. Not only that, our Dynamed platform has more than 1,600 clinical practice guidelines, which is coming from top 200 plus international guideline organizations like the ACP, WHO, American Academy of Pediatrics, British Thoracic Society, and many others. So once our physicians or our experts find any information relevant which has to become on our platform, they just do not put it there. It has to go through these 7 steps of our evidence-based methodology, which is mentioned over the screen. And our Dynamed use a very unique grading system, I will say, for the recommendation, which is strong and weak. And we have a proprietary system of evaluating the strength of evidence, which we say high, moderate, and the low. So just to give you a glimpse over the editorial leadership, we have Peter Ottigan, who is our editor-in-chief and also the deputy editor of cardiology, and he's associate professor in Harvard Medical School. We have Mr. Alan Ulrich, who is the executive deputy editor, and he works in the University of Massachusetts Medical School. We have Brian S. Alpa, who is the vice president of innovations, and he works with the University of Missouri Schools of Medicine. And we have Bill Arid, who is our deputy editor of hematology, endocrinology, and nephrology, and he also works at the Harvard Medical School. So we just do not say Dynamed is a world #1 platform for the point of care and the clinical decision support tool, but we also have the best-in-class certification with us, which represents that we consecutively from 2 years, we are the world #1 from 2001 till 2022.
Yeah, Shakti, I would just like to add over here. So basically, CLAS is a very neutral organization based out of Switzerland. And their job is to do a survey for all the leading point of care evidence-based tool used by the users. So they do a survey for UpToDate, they do a survey for BMJ best practices, they even do the survey for the clinical key now, and based on the user experience, the CLAS compiles the report, and they have a different parameters where the score has to be minimum 80 and above. And we are very happy to say that our customers and all the end users, the physicians like you, have rated us, and our score has been around 98.5 out of 100. And that's the reason where my colleague Shakti was talking about the 7-step evidence, which comes from the latest and the renowned journals, and based on the topic, each and every topic has to undergo the 7-step process, and then the article comes to the Dynamed.
Yeah. So during our live demonstration, which Mr. Rajesh will take over, and then you will going to find out how easy and how deep the information is, on how easy you can access all those information, which is very much relevant to your search topic. So this is how the platform of Dynameds look like. And we have started the trial as well for CCRH. So this is the email address which you can please take a note of it, and the password is also mentioned over here. So we have given an access of 30 days trial.
So most of the people might have scanned the QR code and they were asking for the email address and the password. So this is displayed in front of you.
Yeah. So Rajesh, you can just.
So I would quickly take you through the live demo of Dynamed. So once you log into the Dynamed page, even from your laptop or iPad, you can use the credential which has been shown by Shakti. Once you enter your credential, you will be taken to this page, Dynamed. The beauty of this platform is that it helps you to navigate and get the clinical answers very quickly. Now to begin with, Dynamed has almost 36 specialties. And in case like you want to follow the particular specialty, you need to just click on the follow button. You will get all the alerts related to the disease condition. You will get all the alerts regarding the practice changes. And in fact, if there is a new evidence which has been updated in that particular specialty, you will receive an alert with a link on your email address. There is no restriction that I can only follow one specialty. You can follow the specialty which interests you, and if you are eager to know more on the other specialties. Moving on, this platform is updated on a daily basis. When I say updation, it is not about the content. It gives you an update on the clinical evidence and the practice changes happening across the world as per the guidelines. So if you look at this page, the recent update has been updated on 19th of December. There might be a changes because my team sits in the US, so there is a change of a timing and the date. So you can also see the updates can be followed by all the topics, and you can also go to the special topic which you are interested and want to understand the update in a cardiology, update in the allergy, and you can also see that you also have an evidence which gives you the entire, the view if you click on the link. So if I want to follow any of the category on the update, I need to just click on allergy and I get the update pertaining to that particular topic or the subject. So if you can see the recent alert or the recent update which has happened in the allergy is on 22nd of December, and you can easily view the article in the form of what the study of the summary is all about and what has been updated. It's very easy to use because we always say that it's a Google for the clinicians. In case if I want to search on a topic like COPD, I get all the related clinical evidence related to COPD in a systematic format. Towards my right, I can even see the images which have been uploaded for the COPD, and these are all explanatory images which can be used during the presentation or during the conference. I can also see the update which is happening in COPD. So if you look, the recent update has happened on 2nd December related to the COPD. Coming to the topic, it is been presented in such a beautiful way that I do not have to scroll the entire literature down to reach to what I want to understand. If as a physician I am interested to look at the management, I can easily click on the management and I can see the recommendations which our world-class physicians who are on the board of editorial have given the recommendations, and which they have found it has been successful. Dynamite team is very fair enough even to tell you that this is a weak recommendation, but the doctor has got a choice to take a call during the approach of the patient. You can also see in COPD you have a lot of diagnosis, you have a management, and you can see the management overview which talks about the evidence and the gold evidence B. So this gold evidence B is a report which has been submitted for the global accreditation, and you can get the entire report which can be easily downloaded, saved as a PDF, and which can be used for your reference in terms if you're looking out for a clinical research, or if you want to cite any of the evidence article which needs to be submitted during your research thesis or even for your research or a project work. We follow all the international and the national guidelines. So in case if I want to understand about the guidelines and the resources, I always click on over here and I can see there are international guidelines, there are US guidelines, there are United Kingdom guidelines, and I can easily take a PDF. I can go and read the full text if I want to refer to that particular guideline. I'm very happy to say that even Dynamite has got the articles in homeopathy. So in homeopathy, if I look, this is the general information which talks about the overview. These are the evidence which are available in the field of homeopathic, where you can see the scientific controversies, evidence of no benefit from the homeopathic, evidence of the benefit from the homeopathic. Even you have the adverse effect and the regulations which needs to be followed as per the guidelines given by United States and the other countries. The best part over here is that even I can see the review articles which are a part being curated from the top journals like the Medline Search, and I also have the patient information from where the evidence has been derived. The beauty again of this platform is that I also have a drug A to Z which talks about the overview of the drug, and it has been powered by one of the world's best database coming from IBM Micromedics. So for example, I talk about abacavir drug. This gives you an overview of the dosing administration, medication safety, and even the patient education which has to be taken care. The dosing administration also covers the adult dosing and the pediatric dosing. I have a drug interaction tool which is again a part of the Dynamite, which gives you not only a drug to drug interaction, but it also helps you to understand the drug interaction in the terms of food, in the terms of the allergy part which you are trying to understand from the patient point of view, and accordingly it helps you to take a course of action. I have more than 500 plus medical calculators which includes the decision making tree while treating a patient. So when I talk about the specialty, the Dynamite is the only point of care evidence-based tool which has got 36 specialties, where no other point of care evidence-based tool in the world has got this much area of specialty. There are few unique specialties which have been covered like radiology, hospitalization content, and much more. So I would request any questions. If you want to perform any search on Dynamed, I can just help you out with the topic if you're looking out for. Okay. Any one of you have used any point of care tool or currently using any point of care tool right now? Up to date, BMJ best practices. Up to date? We use it. So what is the best thing you like in up to date? Okay. Okay. So if I just wanted to understand, like, you know, the best when we talk about differential diagnosis and everything. So do they have the navigation tool the way Dynamed has, where it takes you directly to the differential diagnosis instead of scrolling down the entire or reading down the entire literature? Okay. Okay.
The details come up, like if I click on one term, the condition, the whole elaboration would come up.
Okay.
So that's like neck to neck, it moves along with it.
Okay.
Yeah, that's there.
Yeah. So in Dynamed, the best part over here is that one, when we talk about the differential diagnosis, so in differential diagnosis, we have, you know, 3 subtopics. Okay. One is talking more about or taking you towards, you know, the overview and the recommendations and helping you to understand that if you're missing out for some, you know, the unique thing which is going at the back of your mind, it helps you to display in the way the artificial language comes into the picture. And the best part over here in Dynamed is we also give you an overview of the differential diagnosis. So for example, when I talk about COPD in asthma, so in differential diagnosis, they will clearly mention that in the normal practices, this is what the medications are available. Whereas for the homeopathic or for the Ayurvedic, the yoga part, acupuncture and the herbal medicines are a part of it. Now it depends upon the end users what he wants to understand and what he wants to get used to it. Second best part of the Dynamed is that even we have a clarity while supporting the evidence. We always say that this has been referred by the latest journal or by the journal which is dated so and so, and we have found the evidence in today's date. Whereas I have seen the users have also, you know, complimented us that this is the transparency which we wanted, and it's not that today I found out reading the article of 1990, but yes, this is the evidence. No, the transparency is clearly maintained to help you, one, to support on your clinical search, and second, it's a question that, you know, to give a confidence while treating a patient. And the one more part which like my colleague Shakti has told, that more than 3,000 or to be accurate 3,300 journals are a part of this Dynamed. Now for each and every specialization, we have the editor who is a world-class physician, and they are only doing their job to get the best article which can be supported in the evidence and which matches the international guidelines and to give a best outcome result while treating a patient. So I'll just show you the live demo for that same thing. So ma'am, the moment when I talk about homeopathic, okay, so this is how the Dynamed will display the results, where you can see that it talks about the related topics, general information, where we can see the principles of homeopathic, what are the types of the homeopathic, and it also talks about the evidence, where you have a scientific controversy, you have evidence of no benefit from the homeopathic. The best part over here is that if you want to cite this article, you can even cite the article. You can also see the patient information and the references which have been used for this particular article. So this is what, ma'am, I was talking about. The article has been referred for the 2012 edition and the full text is available over here. So each and every editor who is working on this topic is giving the declaration where they do not have any relevant financial conflict of interest. And this each and every images are being produced with our content partner, which is ACP, the American College of Physicians. Now ma'am, if you look over here, this is where it talks about the description of each and every image, which tells you about view in the context of COPD and in the range of asthma COPD overlap. So ma'am, this is already a part of that, where you do not have to struggle hard to get all these images. It's easily available, it can be used, and it also talks about the making diagnosis, which I was referring to right now, and the differential diagnosis. These are the different ways where you get the differential diagnosis. So ma'am, if you can see that we have also declared that this has been produced in the collaboration with the American College of Physicians. We also have the videos where you can see how the doctor is helping the physicians to understand that what is there in this small video and how it can be used, or how it can be used to detect the bronchitis. One more best part of the Dynamed is that, as we have said, that the vision is to ensure the confidence in the practice. So Dynamed is helping all the physicians, whether it might be from a medical, it might be from a dental, it might be from a homeopathic, as I said, that try to get the right evidence which can help the patients or the doctors to treat them with the confidence. We also have a patient information which is in line with the world's leading organization like WHO, like ACP, and it can be used for your teaching, for your research, and can be downloaded easily in the PDF format. Once you download this app on your mobile phone, and if you are in a very weak network, still you can get the answers from the Dynamite app. It will still work. So to summarize, the Dynamite as a point of care evidence-based tool, it has got more than 500 plus medical calculators. We have monograph, we have lab results in it. We also have few surgical videos based on the specializations, based on the recommendations from the editor, and the evidence which are coming makes us the #1 point of care evidence-based tool in the world. If you have any questions, any doubts, if you are able to download the app, please let me know. I can be of your help. My volunteers, my colleagues are there who can help you to download the app. Yes, ma'am.
When I have just downloaded this app, thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
It is showing the 19.1, but in your case it is showing 16.1. So whenever I was tapping this CME part, so it was showing something different like evaluation osteoporosis 0.5, etc., etc.
Yes.
Can you just elaborate?
Yes, I will elaborate this. Ma'am, CME is like, the more, how much time you're spending on Dynamite app. The moment I hit on a topic like COPD, and I have spent 5 minutes or max 10 minutes to understand read the article. In a day, how much time I'm coming on this platform and trying to this is where your scores gets added. So this is the definition what the CME has in Dynamite. Second, the moment when you download and when you start browsing it, okay, each and every day your score gets added over there, and for each and every society there is a different CME scores. Now there are certain international standards where they talk about, minimum CME score should be around 40 to 50. So it differs from country to country. I'm not aware of India. So in United States, there is a provision where they say that for a student or a researchers, the minimum CME score should be around 70 plus. The objective to get the CME certificate or the CME score is to encourage the researchers, encourage the physicians to get updated on the global guidelines. In fact, to understand about the global challenges and how I am aware of the rest of the international challenges happening across the world and whether I am aware of it or not. So once you score that thing, even you can download that certificate. So today when you start browsing it, your score might have reached to around 0.5, how much? It's 6. Yeah. Oh. So by tomorrow, if you just by, the moment when you step out and when you start again browsing it, and when you check tomorrow, it might reach to around 22.5 or 20 plus. In fact, there are certain specializations where you also, get a CME score, and if you want to apply for that certification, it has been recognized by Dynamid. So for example, I will show you over here. This is the announcement which we have recently done, is on offering the maintenance certificate to the American Board of Pediatric. So the moment when you click on this link, they will ask you for the details, your qualification, and they will set up a minimum CME score to participate for the certification. So one of my customer in the West, it's Dr. D.Y. Patil Vidyapit. So they are using Dynamid, and I was not aware that how this CME scores really help the postgraduate students and for the faculties who are doing the research and who wants their articles to get published. So that is where they shared their experience, and they said that, Rajesh, how does it help us? Because as an author, when we submit our article, okay, they always ask whether you have a certain CME scores for the international standard, international journals when they are applying for. And that is where they find this as a very valuable tool, and they always submit that, okay, this is where we have scored CME from Dynamid, this is a certificate. It helps them to get a good weightage while submitting the paper in any of the international journals. The best part of the Dynamid is that we have done the pilot in India with the world's busiest hospital like AIIMS Delhi. In Mumbai, we have done a pilot at Sir J.J. Hospital, which is one of the prestigious hospital in Mumbai. And recently, we have done the pilot with TMH, and in January we are going to do a pilot with KEM Hospital and the medical college. And the feedback which we are getting is very, very good, and they are getting the right answers in a very short span of time. Yeah.
So here we are just signing up with using the institutional, credentials. So whenever we'll be just going for the CME, so that will be accounted to the CCRH thing. That will be not credited to me, like personally.
Yeah.
So in that case, like we have to
Yes.
how to proceed for it.
So ma'am, this is like a trial which we have set up for you. Okay. Now in case the institute subscribe for the Dynamid, each and every individual will be getting, the account where you will register on your name, where they will capture all the details, your name, your email address, your qualification. Okay, that if you are a physician, which area of specialization you are doing it. They will also ask second option whether you are a researcher or you are a PG student. So that is how the individual profile is created in Dynamid, which is called as a personal user authentication. So if you look at my here, this is how it will be created, ma'am. So this is where my name is here as a Rajesh Bhatt. Yes. So then after your name, it will be your institute's name. And this is then how it gets captured, that how much time you have spent on the Dynamid. Okay. And your score gets added over there. And at the final, you can always click over here and I need to just select how much I have done in December 2022. And this is how the reports are being generated, and you can see that this is a MOC setting, which board you want to do it. This is my details which are being captured. So this is my what we call as a demo account. So I have not filled in over here. So you will be asked to fill in all these details with your phone number and everything. And this is the board number which you want to apply for. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir, for giving an insight into the Dynamit. We would love to run the trial you have given to CCRH and get back to you with our feedback. Thank you so much, sir. With this, we come to the end of this session. I would like to request Chairperson Dr. Sunil Ramteke, sir, to kindly felicitate our speakers, please. All the speakers, please be on dais. Mr. Balian, please be on dais. This was an enriching session for all. Thank you for enriching us with SAS Balian, sir. Thank you. I would request Ramteke, sir, to felicitate Dr. Jagdish Arora to give us a brief about owners. That was again a new topic for us. Thank you so much, sir, for the enlightening session you gave it to us. Thank you. Our final presenters, Mr. Rajesh Bhatt and Mr. Shakti Vats, who deliberated on the Dynamit and give us a live demo of Dynamit. Thank you so much. Mr. Rajesh Bhatt and Mr. Shakti Vats. A big thanks to our chairperson, Dr. Sunil Ramteke, sir. I would request everybody of this session to come up for a group photograph, please. The speakers, the chairperson, the repertoire, Dr. Pratha Mehra. All the speakers, please be on dais. Tanya, Dr. Tanya, please be on dais. Thank you, everyone. Thank you, audience, for your patient listening. Thank you. We have now the panel discussion. I would like to call upon the moderator for this session. Oh. Achha, okay. Yeah. I would request Chairperson, sir, to give her its concluding remarks about this session, sir.
Hello. Good afternoon to everyone. We all knows that how this session is important for all research scientists of the council. Earlier we used to refer so many literature to undertake any research studies, to prepare protocols, to publish any research paper. But nowadays, through this, by attending these 3 sessions, it is very easy for us to access anything, whatever we required, we can access easily through these developed technologies in library. Library is one of the backbone to undertake any research studies as well as to publish any research paper in any journals. In this second technical session, all the speakers, Mr. Satyajit Balian, Jagdish Arora, Shakti Vats have given wonderful, inspirable, enlightening deliberation. Since first session and in this present session also we have learnt about traditional and physical libraries and need to digitalize them and not to lose the feel of reading and learning through a library space. So simplifying access for each and everyone from the junior most scholar to the head of the institute need digital literacy, infrastructure, integration between libraries of various institutes. EBSCO has beautifully structured and simplified the aspects of search, segregate and store the relevant information for researcher. One nation, one subscription, access to all resources, national, international, is required and a challenging job, but this is doable with proper strategy explained by Dr. Jagdish. Promoting uses of all such tools as EBSCO should be ensured by the library persons. Our council is having 24 institutes, units and 7 homeopathic treatment centers all over India. The basic mandate of the council is research. However, the treatment of the patients attending the OPDs and IPD of the hospitals within our institute are also important. Under NCH, there are more than 250 homeopathic medical colleges. Thus, the facilities like EBSCO Biomedical Research Database and clinical decision support tools will help to improve clinical knowledge and bring out evidence-based research. So once again, on behalf of CCRH, I thank you all the speakers for delivering such a nice lectures during their sessions. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ramteke sir. With this, we end the second technical session, and very soon we'll be beginning with our panel discussion on the topic challenges for complementary and alternative medicine journals and content in mainstream publishing. This panel discussion is going to be with the panelists, Dr. Anil Khurana, Chairperson NCH, Dr. Mrs. Shaji John, Vice President Sales EBSCO, Dr. Jagdish Arora, Advisor National Board of Accreditation, and Mr. Sanjay Goswami, Director of Sales South Asia. And Dr. Shweta is going to be the rapporteur for the session and also moderating the session. Dr. Shweta, would you like to introduce your team? Who's going to be the rapporteur, and are you going to moderate and be the rapporteur as well? You can, yeah, and you can also introduce your team after this.
Thank you, Dr. Haleen ma'am, and I am Dr. Shweta Singh, SRF, and I am going to moderate this session. The rapporteur for this session is Dr. Pankhoti Mishra and Dr. Babita. So since morning we are learning various aspects of digitalization, its trends and tools in clinical and decision making. In the series, now it's time for panel discussion. The topic of discussion is challenges for CAM, complementary and alternative medicine journals and content in mainstream publishing. Now I would like to invite all the panelists over the dais. Please welcome Dr. Subhash Kaushik sir, Director General CCRH, Dr. Anil Khurana sir, Chairperson NCH, Mr. Saji John, Vice President of Sales South Asia and Southeast Asia EBSCO Information Services India, Mr. Sanjay Goswami, Director of Sales South Asia EBSCO, Dr. Jagdish Arora, Advisor National Board of Accreditation. Please welcome all the dignitaries on the dais. Now I would like to start our discussion with our Director General, Dr. Subhash Kaushik sir. Sir, you are a clinician and a researcher since so many years. I would like to ask you, what content does a clinician seek from research journals?
Is it fine? सबसे पहले मुझे ही बड़ा बुरा फंसा दिया क्योंकि आई एम एब्सेंट सिंस मॉर्निंग. फिर से एक बार क्वेश्चन रिपीट करेंगे प्लीज.
Sir, what content does a clinician seek from research journals?
एक्चुअली एक तो एक्सपर्ट कमेंट मिलती है जब हम एज ए क्लिनिशियन बात करते हैं. तो एक हमारे ओपीडी में जितना भी हम डाटा हमारे पास होता है अवेलेबल सिम्टम्स का, तो जो भी हमने कर दिया दैट इज़ फुल एंड फाइनल. लेकिन अगर कहीं रेफरेंस अगर हमें मिलता है तो हमारे लिए एक अच्छी चीज़ है कि हम उसको आगे कर सकते हैं. मतलब एक हमारे पास एक बैकअप रहता है प्लान. ट्रूली जो एविडेंस बेस्ड है, जो अलग अलग सबकी एक्सपर्टीज उसके हिसाब से होती है, स्पेसिफिक रिप्लाई हमें मिल जाता है, जो मेरी अपनी सोच है. थैंक यू.
Thank you, sir. Now we have with us Dr. Anil Khurana, sir, who have devoted so many years in research with a vast experience in clinical research, drug development, validation, basic research, and now devoted towards enhancing the quality of education standards. Sir, I would like to ask you, how do we promote study of research journals amidst students?
Actually, when now we are drafting some competency-based dynamic curriculum for undergraduate and postgraduate students. Till now, it was very sketchy. So, when we started discussing about this and keeping in view my research background, so my first question to the persons who were drafting this curriculum was, how you are focusing on research among undergraduate students. Although it is a part of PG education, but still the quality of dissertation was not good. So, and that's why they are not coming into publishing side. Most of them, they are getting their PG degrees, but the quality was not good. That is what our understanding has been there since few years. So, the first thing which a research journal aptitude, a research journal brings an aptitude among the students. First and foremost thing, they start understanding about the research, the basic things. Unless they don't have a basic understanding of research from a methodology side and other aspects, they will never be able to understand the research article fully. They will never comprehend those research articles properly if they don't understand the basic medical statistics. And that is the part which now we have proposed to take up at undergraduate level. A beginning has to be made at the undergraduate level. They should take up some small projects during their internship time. And that's why we have now started including in the competency based some study cases which are published in journals. They should start understanding those cases. They make an understanding of that. They make some kind of a presentations to be made by students themselves, how they have understood that particular article. And they can bring out some summary of that. It's not only the abstract they have to read the full article. And they make an understanding out of that. So, understanding a research article which is published in a journal is itself a course curriculum itself. It has to bring out, we have to bring out this in our undergraduate students. And in the PG side, now we have included in the PG curriculum, they must publish at least 2 articles out of their dissertation in a journal. It may not be a peer-reviewed journal, at least they start writing through that. We do not expect them, they should immediately go to a peer-reviewed or index journal, because students are not trained in that manner. But they should start writing at slate. They should start submitting those articles. We are not binding on them that this has to be accepted, but let them submit articles for publication. Write those articles. Unless they do not write, they will never understand. They will not know what kind of mistakes they are doing. So that is how this two-way process will be going on. And there will be another third aspect from the journal side will be that we are going to give them an elective in their course curriculum. PG course curriculum, there will be a separate elective which will only talk about research articles. How these research articles are coming up, what kind of research articles are these, how they can look into different kind of journals, which kind of a journal has which kind of a policy, all these understanding should come out. Every journal has its own publication policy. What kind of articles they accept, why they are being rejected, what are those factors which they lead into rejection. All those things have to be properly guided to them so that they come out with a good quality dissertation, which actually is research. They never understand the research side on that side. And that's why each part of that article is very important in the journal. That is, if there's a conflict of interest, what does it mean? If there is a research method is mentioned there, what does it mean actually? Do they understand all those kinds of things? And there will be a feedback mechanism. Once they have gone to the elective, they have to give us feedback through some kind of MCQs, which they have to fill in immediately after that, so that we can assess how much they have gained out of this whole elective, whether they are rightfully gained or is there some deficiency. And we will improve our electives according to that. That is what we are now expecting to do.
Thank you so much, sir, for your valuable advice and comments. Now, my next question goes to Mr. Sanjay Goswami, being Director Sales of a database like EBSCO. I would like to ask you, sir, what should the researcher look for in a journal while publishing?
Okay. Thank you for this question. Although we have seen a lot of full-day workshops being conducted on this topic, it is such an elaborate topic because that is the foremost thing in every researcher's mind, is what are the things that one should follow in order that your articles are taken by the publications or journals that you wish to publish in. But I would like to just list few golden rules which, although like I'm not an author or a publisher as such, but based on my experience in the industry and what we have interacted with various researchers and in various interactions, we have found out this. So I'm just sharing that with all of you. You may know this, but just it is a good summarization of these facts to keep in mind always. And these are the golden rules when you are writing an article. So very basic one is, first is what is the scope of the journal that you want to, scope of your study mapped to the scope of journal in which you want to publish it. Cannot be that you just wish for a journal which is not even matching with your scope. So do a full scope study, and as we were showing in the morning, the Discovery Search is one of the widest platforms which indexes over 120,000 journals. You can do a subject-wise study in that, fine-tune to your topic, and then shortlist, let's say 10 to 15 journals which are in the area and the scope in which you want to publish. That is point number one. Point number two is that read, when you further explore those journals where you have identified, read what are the instructions for the author. Author instructions is very important. What is it that they want? What format they want you to submit? Because if you submit something which is not asked for, it will come back to you, it will waste a lot of time and delay your process and add more time to it. So that is something which is uncalled for. Save time in those kind of interactions. Next is that define your abstract. It should be well structured and it should be very tightly written abstract, because that's where, if it is very loose, it can be outrightly rejected, or it may not be considered as appropriate, or the topic is not defined properly, is what they will be sharing with you. Next is that aim of study should be well justified. Like, why do you want to conduct this? What is the purpose of this study? What it will add to the existing studies which are available, right? So have that clarified, because it might, and it's not an easy thing. You have to do a lot of iterations, discussions with your guide or your colleagues or peers, discuss with them and fine tune that aim of study. That is very important. Next is that in scientific study, and especially when you are doing STEM articles, you should very clearly define the methods part, like what method you are going to use, type of study that you are doing, the statistical analysis which you are going to use, then inclusion criteria, patient consent. These are all very important, because if you don't mention this, it will come back and again you will keep figuring out why it was not taken or what more is lacking in this. So these are areas which are very important to mention, especially in the STEM kind of studies. Next is presentation of data. That's very important. What method you are going to use to present your data? What is the best possible form? Do a survey on various articles or some similar articles that have been published, and then arrive at that how you are going to present your data. It's very, do not confuse or make it complicated. Make it very simple, and so that the facts are coming out very clearly. Next is the next is authorship list compliances. Like, what are the things that you have to comply as an author? Give references wherever you have taken the data for clearly. So these are all very important things. Explain what makes your study unique than the available. So that, again, I'm repeating that point because it's very important separately also. The purpose of your study and why it should be considered, and it is not duplicating over what value addition it is going to give, right? Then the last and the final is that however complicated, and we will all agree that in scientific studies, the topics can be complicated. However complicated the topic, try to make the language simple, concise and clear. So that should be the objective, so that anyone who is going through that or peer reviewing it should be able to get the message very clearly. So I think overall this is the gist, and if you have a more elaborate discussion on this, you could give examples on each of these topics and what mistakes generally people do and what to avoid, and how to take it forward more effectively in one shot. The idea is to, because you as a researcher want to do have your article or study published as quickly as possible, because that is fulfilling your criteria. So if you focus on these 10 points, I think you will go to the next step very easily. Thank you.
So we see that most of the databases aggregators pick up research work done in conventional medicine to develop treatment protocols, guidelines for the clinicians and practitioners. So which is lacking in the work done in SCAM, right? And it is the need of the hour. So I would also like to ask what all qualities are database aggregators like EBSCO looking for in research journals?
Okay, that's a very interesting topic, because as I said, EBSCO is a publisher in some areas, as you saw the nursing area, which Sinhal EBSCO owns that, Cumulative Index in Nursing and Allied Health, and then Dynamed is one of our finest publishing works, as you may call, but there is no journal inclusion. So the areas that where we include journals in our databases, there are certain criterias. To just set up some background, I would like to say that, we serve over 100,000 customers across the world. So which means that the reach is very wide. EBSCO is present in over 100 countries, serving over 186 countries, institutions and users in 186. So it's almost like you can count the entire globe is covered with our reach. So that is one advantage of this network. Second is that we take both open access as well as non-open access journals, right? And when you are publishing in a journal, let's say open access, that's the first step for anyone who wants to get that mileage of, you may not be, because that's a practice also for you, okay, whether my journal is published or not. So that's an achievement. So even if your open access journal is you're publishing in a quality, well researched, well curated open access journal, and that becomes a part of EBSCO, that itself is going to give a very wide reach because of the coverage that we give. We cover both open access and non-open access journals, as we showed in the morning. The kind of coverage in each database is there. So that's a positive step, and EBSCO has a clout in terms of in all the publishers. So which means that if your open access journal article is also there, I'm sure when you have a journal, open access or non-open access, they have other metrics also to track. Whether how many times it has been mentioned in Mendeley, how many times you have been tagged on the ResearchGate. So those are also, so once you have a presence in database or any index in EBSCO, this activity when you track will grow automatically, and that gives you a boost to the next level, which means that those journals where you're publishing and already has good amount of work being done, eventually they will have more citations, they will qualify to Scopus, and that's how you go. Otherwise, no journal directly goes into Scopus or Web of Science. So there has to be a process, and for over years together, and then you get an opportunity to get published in Scopus Web of Science. So these are basic things that you have to keep in mind. What EBSCO also looks at when licensing journals is that what is the uniqueness of this journal, whether it is a plagiarized content or not. So we will definitely not take those. We also compare it with, earlier there used to be a Beals list, now there's a Cabell's list. So all those plagiarized content journals which are blacklisted are mentioned in this. We definitely will keep those out. One thing more I want to add here is that EBSCO gives the maximum traffic to DOAJ journals. All the journals indexed in DOAJ get maximum traffic. So this is what I'm substantiating to what I told earlier, that you get a lot of exposure in any of the index of EBSCO that your journal is present or you're writing articles in those one of those journals. So some more factors which of course the user has no control, you are submitting your article in that, but for EBSCO to license those in its databases is that it should be, the publisher should have a repute, it should have a periodicity for which they are going to license, which means if they're licensing for 5 to 10 years, EBSCO will be definitely ready to do that. Then there is a question of royalties and all. So those of course users don't have to bother, but these are all the criteria which EBSCO considers while licensing any journal, and it's an opportunity for young researchers also to look at what is being indexed in EBSCO databases, and then you can try and write in those journals. So I think these are the overall parameters that we consider when indexing journals.
Yes, ma'am.
No, we are not into indexing score as of now. No, we leave it to the ones who are professional in that. And definitely, you could always compare that with SkyMago ranking or the JCR impact factors. So that is up to them, but we are not doing. But we do have, I was calculating that we have 35,000 full text journals in all our databases together with over 15,000 unique, and the total impact factor was 22,000 altogether. So you can imagine, so it's not that just we look at impact factor, because see, ultimately that's a platform where you are also identifying upcoming journals. And in EBSCO, we have databases like Academic Search Ultimate, Business Source Ultimate, and Medline Ultimate. These three databases combined together license huge number of titles from universities which you would not even go to, in the sense that you would not have heard, but there is good upcoming research journals which the primary publishers are not licensing. Because it's a lot of process for them to get into those kind of bracket. So whether it is books or it is, we cover university presses, over 500 university press books that we are publishing, right? Licensing on EBSCO platform. Similarly, we license thousands of journals from universities across countries, like the top 10 universities in, let's say, South Korea, top 10 in Hong Kong, top 10 in any other country that Japan. So ideally, if you see the primary publishers, they would take the top of the cream, but we are taking licensing from primary publishers as well as the next 5 we would take. So you will find a wide range of journals being added into EBSCO platform. I hope that answers your question. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. And any other panelist if wants to add their comments, please.
One of the questions that I would want to address is with regard to licensing of titles. When we license a particular journal, we look into 3 essential criteria. The first is that it is indexed in Web of Science or Scopus. So that is a big parameter. The second is that we run, whenever you a recommendation for a particular journal makes its way into our content licensing team, we run the content through a publishing software which most publishers use, which is called Authenticate. You might be familiar with Turnitin. When you write your theses, it sometimes has to pass that test. But in the publishing world, we use Authenticate to look into those articles and decipher whether the journal is really worthy to be put into a database. The third is when we are in sessions like this. Today morning I was with Sir, and he promised to give his journal to us, and I will run it through the content licensing team to see. So these are parameters under which we select journals for inclusion into the database. Anyone wants to add?
Thank you so much, sir. And now my next question is to Dr. Jagdish Arora, advisor NABH, that with such varying requirements that different reader groups have from research journals, how do you think journals can position themselves to cater to maximum readership?
Can you please repeat your question?
Sure, sir. With such varying requirements that different reader groups have from research journals, how do you think journals can position themselves to cater to maximum readership?
Well, if you look at the present model of publishing, based on the group of users or group of scientists who are doing research, that journals comes. For example, in 80s, immunology became a very hot topic. In fact, if you look at the Nobel Prizes that are given in 90s and 20s, immunology was very important. So journals like hybridoma, journals like monoclonal antibodies, they started appearing. So it's all demand-based. Although if you look at it, it's an artificial division of subjects. The discipline should not be divided like this. I mean, this is what is happening, but unfortunately that should not happen because research is interdisciplinary in nature. One can't say that being a physicist, you can't go to chemistry, or being a chemist, you can't go to pharmacology, or things like that. In fact, there was a pharmaceutical industry who had some unstable chemicals, and they were looking for some stable versions of these chemicals. They were not able to do it. Finally, they put it on the web. Solution came for all these chemicals, and they came from people who were not pharmacologists, who were not chemists, but people who were completely in different disciplines, like crystallographer or agriculture scientist and all. They gave a stable version because a chemist or a pharmacologist knew that there cannot be a stable version for this particular element or chemical. Those who did not know, they attempted in a different way and they found a stable version. So my point of view is that it should not be the way the publishing industry is working now is completely artificial. It should not be like that. This is an example started in late 90s rather. Jins, I think it's Jins Park, Paul Jins Park. He came up with the repository where you can deposit your article and then it is distributed to whoever wanted to read it. It's kind of a repository, open access repository, and it has about 28 lakh submission, rather 22 lakh submission in it. Basically it is on particle physics and high energy physics and astronomy, astrology and all. But it's called completely open access. Anyone can submit their article in it and it is widely distributed. And in fact, in 1960, there's a scientist called J.D. Bernal. J.D. Bernal came up with this idea that there should be a repository where all articles are submitted, not published, submitted there, and then they are distributed to people who are interested in it. The 60s, the technology wasn't available, but today technology is available. All we have to do is a major shift from what is happening now. It's kind of an artificial, I would say, environment that has been created where either publish or perish. You need to publish, whether, I mean, you really have a research work or not, but still you have to publish. And that is where the problem is. The demand and supply based kind of a thing. There is a demand to publish. There is, of course, there has to be a supply, publishers responding to it. But this is all very artificial. I must say that this is something we must change, and we all should look for a model of publishing which is sustainable, which is desirable, and which is required, not artificially created like this. It's philosophical, but this is my answer to the question. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. My next question is to Mr. Yes.
Actually, on a lighter note, अभी newspapers की policy क्या है आजकल? How they are creating their demand among the people to increase their readership? And what they are doing, they are throwing these newspapers to the schools, asking teachers to put in their bags. And this is going free to their home. And what is happening? The person who is reading at home is his father or his brother. Targeting a population first, who should be the reader for this journal. Let's target them first. It cannot be open to all. So who is this target population? That we have to identify. As Dr. Saab has mentioned, the target population can be many people from different streams also. But who is actual target and what is the policy of journal? What kind of articles we are publishing? Whether it's interdisciplinary or it is particular focus to homeopathy only. If it is only to homeopathy, others will not read. Unless they are highly scientific experts who want to see something from homeopathy. So readership has to be increased when we reach out to those people who are actually the beneficiaries for that. And who are these people? I don't know how many in homeopathy. Not many journals are very popular among even homeopaths also. Because they are not in habit of reading a research journal. They are in habit of reading some magazines which is coming free to them. Or there is small amount of subscription, they are reaching out to them. They read that much only. For that purpose, a scientific aptitude to read those journals has to be inculcated first. That is the first thing which we have to adopt from different arenas. And that's why these will come up later on. Most of the undergraduate students do not read any journal. That is my understanding. Most of those undergraduate students. PG students को भी forcefully, क्योंकि उनके curriculum में कहीं उनके साथ reference में आता है, they start reading those because they have to refer those journals. So this is how that scenario has to be changed. Research journal has to go to their target population, initially free, then make a habit to them for them to read it. Once they are into habit, they will ask for it. This is how this comes up.
There I've seen PhD guides giving citations to their students to, write this only.
Yes.
So where will they go to read those articles?
A couple of things overall which would help publishing is, and I strongly believe that as you suggested, the curriculum is undergoing some change, which is welcome. First of all, if I were to ask a question today to this group of students here, and I'm thinking that this is all PG, not undergraduate.
Yes, mostly PG.
Mostly PG. If you were to name the top 10 homeopathy journals, would you be able to do that? That would be, worldwide there would be top 10, isn't it? Or top 5. CAM means it will take the other parts also, the alternative medicine. No, not you. I'm saying as a general student. I'm not asking as a general knowledge question. If a student was to ask this question, you are learning the subject as a postgraduate, learning that subject, you wouldn't know, and this is not very different. We used to ask this question to management schools, where the gambit of education is different. In the year 2002, 4, 6, 8, 10, if you ask this question, can you name the top 10 management titles? Okay, so there would not be many schools because our focus is not research based. It is basically employment based. So it takes, if you really want to do, you can't really promote journals unless you integrate it to the curriculum. So the MBA schools at least do something is the teachers ask you to, suppose you are teaching strategic management, they'll ask you to read 5 articles which the teacher has selected based on the user group, and then come and make a presentation in the class on that particular topic. So unless, the same applies for every discipline. My daughter does medical school, and I always keep asking her if she refers journals. So journals is not something in our Indian curriculum really has been integrated to our day-to-day activities. Unless you do that, and institutions that do that, I'm not saying that all institutions, but if there are 430 medical schools or 450 medical schools, maybe 5 or 10 or 15 would do it, but not the other things. there is the regular textbook that is being given, and people, and there may be a commercial interest in terms of promoting the textbook, read the textbook, write as per the textbook only. So journals come in a bit different. Journals, and mind you, no institution is big in the world unless it is a research institution. You can take it as John Hopkins or any leading medical school or the UMass or anyone. You need to be a research institution. One thing I want to tell about publishing is, which possibly all of you should know. One of the most difficult things is to publish a good journal. And for a journal to reach an epitome or a height of a particular thing, it takes at least 25 to 30 years. If you look into, like, Harvard publishes the Harvard Business Review, available from 1922 to present. That's 100 years of publishing. If you look into anything, like if you take the topmost finance journal from Wiley, Journal of Finance, 1946. So it needs, for an inch, it is over a period of time. It cannot be like you import Tendulkar or Virat Kohli into the team and they start scoring centuries. Journal publishing doesn't happen that way, or at least till now, unless a new model comes up.
One thing, in last few days, I was searching some journals. I could find out the clinical case studies journals are becoming more popular now as compared to other journals in medical science. Right, like in America, yes, I don't know, you might be knowing about this. There are different clinics, journals are published. There are clinics, rheumatology clinics and dermatology clinics. They are more popular as compared to any other journals, because they cite certain case studies which are of very interest to the physician. And most of the private practitioners, they hold on to those clinics. They are compiling them. And this is how, if we want to sustain our journal, let's start publishing more of case studies which are of interest to the physician. Not journal one, but case studies, best evidence-based case studies. That makes an interest.
Also, they are trying to publishing by compiling all articles of specific subject.
Yeah. So that is how we can make it more popular in our homeopathic fraternity, because we are an individualized based science where people are looking towards that particular aspect. किसी भी सेमिनार में जाए वो आपसे की नोट मांगते हैं, टिप्स मांगते हैं. रिसर्च का जो प्रेजेंटेशन होता है थोड़ा मोनोटोनस लगता है उनको. But you cite something which is a tip for their clinical practice, they will hold on to it. And they will give you feedback also. That is how the things are going.
How is it practically linked? That's
Yes,
what they want.
that is what they want.
Sir, I have a question for, because they are not publishing, basically this cost of the journal subscription. The cost of journal subscription, because I have seen that journals, basically universities of India, they don't have good subscription of journals because of the cost factor. If you go to USA or European university, they have a wide range of journal databases they can subscribe. But here, the problem is of sustained funding is bigger to the Indian universities. And otherwise, they cannot impose a fee on the students also. That is the difficult part. But at the end, the question comes, the research products are basically done by a public funded. Most of the research are done. A person who does is also publicly funded. The product is published in an article, but that is commercialized by a publisher. But ultimately the public part, where the research conducted, the university, the scientist, and the student, there very rarely get benefited. So that is a bigger question before now scientific community. So how to sustain all these things?
Yeah. So that question would have been well addressed by Dr. Arora, because he was heading InflipNet for a very long time. But For me, I look into it from a different angle. I'm first questioning, I'll turn the question back on you. In FlipNet, if my understanding, sir, please correct me, used to give 150 universities in India. You talked about universities. They used to give 150 universities free access to published resources from a large number of publishers. Okay. My question is, when it is given free to you also, you are not utilizing it. The usage is minuscule. See, the point is, you should crib about that money, you should talk about the money is because, oh, I am unable to afford it. If it was given to me, I would have used it left, right, center. Right? Even when it is given free to you, the usage is, Dr. Arora, is it the word pathetic would be
First 15 to 20 universities use it most,
Huh.
but rest is all.
It's not used. So when you talk about research, this is 150. You used to give it to 150 universities. So when it is given to you, you are not using it. So the question is not about the cost of the thing. The question is about how all these resources are integrated to the structure. If your curriculum is integrated to these resources, people need to read these resources. I'm not talking about any specific publisher. People need to use it. That is what, there is a question mark on the standards, right? All our universities and institutions have a standard. I'm leaving apart the IIMs and IITs and the major CFTI institutions. That's a question on standards. The standard is because I would say where does India lack? And that is overall. We have not worked on our faculties. Even before the students, the government of India should spend the money on the faculties, and because a teacher can change lives to whether the student population is 50 or 100 or 5 or 10, whatever is there, they should invest on that development. Instead of the Indian Institute of Management, I would say there should be an Indian Institute of Faculty Development. That's what.
Actually, his question is very different.
I had a second part of the question.
Yeah, in fact, what you're mentioning is that research is funded by government. Those who research, they are government. And then you publish it, it becomes commercialized, you buy it back from the publisher. That is what you. So it's basically open access concept came from that particular thing. But unfortunately, see, the issue is the process of publishing, distribution, making it available to people is of course, intensive, cost intensive. Somebody has to bear the cost. In open access model, the cost is shifted to author. That if you want to publish, you have to pay. Now, author have a limitation, wherefrom he will pay. If he has a project, he will pay it from it. If there are fundings available, he will pay it from it. Otherwise, he just can't pay. So, there is a commercial model to open access also, and most publishers have what they call hybrid journals now. So, unfortunately, it's a situation where alternates itself is as costly as the original.
I told in the morning, so 1 minute please, if I just, I told in the morning session, morning session I said, PLOS, which was a PLOS, is one of the most significant open access journals. When it started, it was free. Today it is $1,400 per article. Right? Oh, now they have increased. It was $1,200. We represent IEEE in India. We charge only $1,200 per article for open access. So, so the same thing. If you go to Elsevier or many other publishers, it could be $6,000. It could be $12,000. Yeah. Now, one thing replaced by another thing is no solution. It is still on the same.
There is another model is that a journal wants to become that impact factor, that system. If I am an older journal, automatically if I am an older journal, automatically when I have started the journey, there are few journals, so my article will be repeatedly cut citations. So that that limelight of getting publishing into that Lancet to New England Journal that this will happen. That is a very really creating problem for craziness among the academics that you should publish in that. So automatically they becomes the market, they can manipulate the market also. So that mindset has to change, that no, it should be published in a standard journal, review system should be proper. If it is a good review system and it get published, then it should be okay. But that the more older a journal, automatically its impact will be more, because citation will be more, automatically that becomes a repetitive, it is a process. So that is creating more problem, that impact factor that.
See, in the world of publishing, there is a lot of even issues with impact factor. This is not a session for that. Impact factor is not the ultimate. I can give you a very good article published against impact factors, but there should be a measurement score. I look into it that way. It may not be the ultimate, but there should be a measurement score, and that for the moment seems to be Web of Science's focus on SkyNav.
And I think alt metrics, should also be promoted equally well. That is where the impact factor thing will come down. We had a product some years back which was called Plum Analytics, where it was not talking of impact factor, but it was talking about all other means of gathering, likes and mentions on your research article, and that would give you a track of how well. In fact, if you see the, Belinda Gates Foundation, when they fund the maximum medical research in the world, they are not looking at only impact factor, they are looking at the alt metrics very heavily. And that's where, in fact, that product was launched by EBSCO a few years back, but it was bought by Elsevier, and they mixed that or merged it with SciVal or something. We don't know what happened to it, but it was a very good product to promote that part. And that question is very valid in that sense. And another thing is, we talk of the cost of the journals. $10,000 is what, supposing you have to pay, is actually equal to, if you earn $10,000 in India, you should get $96,000 in US. That's the parity, PPP. So we end up paying more, and it is definitely heavy on developing countries like India. That is also another major factor. For them it is 10,000. That's it.
Now they have removed India from that group, that you have a economy lower.
Yes, the developing country
we
advantage
want
is
it that way, like we don't want.
They removed us from that.
It's a compliment.
I have a question here. In fact, maybe if Shaji Chauhan coming back to your point of lack of usage by researchers or by students of databases like EBSCO, UpToDate, they're not, like you're saying that even if we give them for free, students or researchers over here, sir. So you're saying that researchers would not still use it. So my point is that it cannot really be equated that way, that how much of usage a student is doing for a database vis-a-vis how much of research database is a student really exposing himself or herself to. When I say that, I basically mean that I might just end up writing a whole report, a whole RCT or a whole randomized control trial paper without using EBSCO or UpToDate or so-called databases even a single time, and that's got not to that's not got to do with my lack of interest in using these databases. And even if you're providing this free to me, I'm just now talking from a researcher point of view. It's basically just like what you were saying for Google. It's basically the convention that we are so entwined with. We are conventionally looking into PubMed, Medline. These are the search databases that we are already so used to that, now switching over to from a very, very focused research engine, like what ScienceDirect would give to me or what Medline would give to me. Now switching over from that to a very widespread database like EBSCO for writing my research paper is actually quite a switch for me. And it's technically very uncomfortable for me in my head to say that, okay, I might have to switch to Mendeley because I want to do my citations in a convenient way. But if you say that EBSCO would give you a very, widespread research database, and why not, why do you want to limit yourself to just a couple of research engines? So I'm saying that it's not really equatable as to how much a research database a researcher is using to how much they're actually interested to use. They might be reporting the same papers, but not through your databases. That's what the point I'm trying to make. And also this would be another part of this question, a spontaneous part of this question, that do you think that since this is a problem technically for many researchers who are writing a paper, do you think that a lot of capacity building is required to make that switch, which is not naturally coming? That's my opinion and the question. Thank you.
So I would want to give some real life examples. We did a study between, in fact, we commissioned a small study between the Harvard University. I'm talking general, not the medical subject as such, but a general study of a resource that is used by Harvard University. Harvard uses academic search. Why we took Harvard, I can tell you that example is also that Harvard University subscribes to the largest number of databases in the world. Can you guess how much databases Harvard subscribes? It is about 1,400 databases. If you put all the universities in India put together, they wouldn't subscribe that much databases. You name every discipline, at some point of time, I don't know after COVID, but at some point of time they had 50 libraries within the, so that's because that is Harvard, it's entirely different. They use a database, academic search, which was used despite having 1,400 odd databases or 1,300 at that point of time. They used it about 70,000 times a month. Okay, over 7 lakhs or plus 8 lakhs in a year. Same database, Delhi University used to use it 7,000 times. JNU used to do it about 10,000 times. Pondicherry University used to do about something between less than 10. I'm talking same database, not even a comma or a full stop difference.
Shaji, there is a difference also. If you look at the infrastructure there, you already said 50 libraries. Harvard Delhi University. Delhi University may not have one computer for 100 institutions.
No, I'll tell you.
That also is there.
Yeah. So even there, if you see where it has to be used, for example, if you go to Chennai, Stella Maris College uses like our resources more than many of the state universities in the whole state. That's the college. So the point is, if research thing is ingrained into them, it is inculcated to those institutions, there is usage. But let me tell you this. During sometimes in 12 or 13, there was a change in the library staff of JNU. And I had a discussion with Dr. Ramesh Gaur when he came in, and I pinpointed the problem to him. You know, from that 10,000 annually, he took the total number of full text downloads to 210,000. So it is not possible. There are some, unless you identify those things, it is the same thing, nothing got changed. He was able to do that. Now when he left, then again it came down. Not that he was sitting and downloading stuff. He did things which was required to be done, and that, like, engaging the people, calling them to having sessions, training sessions again and again, pushing people to do it. I would want to tell one more example of Delhi University. We have a beautiful database called International Bibliography of Theatre and Dance. for that very niche area, we have a full text database like what we have for homeopathy. The Delhi University librarian, Mr. Majumdar, the late Mr. Majumdar, liked this database and then took it to the faculty. As Dr. Arora rightly said, says that if you say, yes, I will buy it for you, it's a niche database, there is nothing equivalent. But the HOD said, अरे यहाँ तो computers नहीं है, हैं? मुझे अगर होगा तो अगर मैं खरीद लिया तो वो बोलेंगे कि output दिखाओ. So there are challenges like that. So unless we are getting the whole academic curriculum together, it is difficult to do the research part. Unless research part is there, your publishing doesn't happen. Right? It is all interlinked. It has to be the ecosystem that is there. See, all these places, if you look into the in the management category, I keep repeating management because that's the subject area I studied. The Administrative Science Quarterly is one of the top titles in management. But that's published by Cornell University. And that would be in the top 10 for the last 30 years or 40 years. So those sort of titles, it first of all takes a long time, and also the research part in an institutions need to be developed. Otherwise, publishing cannot be the same, because ultimately what gets published in an article is the research output majorly.
Thank you for patiently answering all the questions to all the panelists. And this would be my last question, that is to Dr. Jagdish Arora. Do you think so that CAM and conventional journals should be separate, or is there any future possibilities when there are disease or clinical subject-based journals only and not CAM and mainstream journals? Will there ever be a jump across the CAM bias between the journal policy makers and editorial boards?
Well, I mentioned before, it's all artificial. The divisions are artificial. Give a readership of or subscription of 1,000 journal to Shaji, he'll open a journal for you. The CAM-based journal now. Or for that matter, whatever journals you are looking for. So I feel that Ayush should take a leadership in launching journals, maybe in a discipline, CAM-based discipline, and combine all alternate medicine into it. Bring out an open access institution, open access journals, where many people can contribute, not only in India, but outside India also, wherever traditional medicine and alternate medicines are there. Of course, it depends on how the field grows. If it grows and interact with several other fields, there are chances that you might have a mainstream journal. Alternate medicine itself can be a mainstream journal. But this is all theoretical, but I feel that Ayush should take a leadership in this and start their own open access journals in alternate medicine.
The only issue which we observe in Ayush systems is most of these databases or whatever journals are there, they are from the western side and not from the eastern side. Right. And they are overpowering actually for everything. And any science which is coming from the eastern side is not easily accepted. It has a criticism for everything. So that is the question, is how to remove that bias. Whether EBSCO and other agencies who can help us in this aspect actually, how to remove those biases there from that side. Which is, if you just go into the Wikipedia, they have every type of criticism against Ayush systems. And you question them, they will never answer, they will never rectify that. Yeah. We are after them, but still, although... One idea. Yeah. Put yoga in front of every journal name. Today is the era of actually integrative medicine. Let's name those journals as integrated medicine and they will accept it. Because they are accepting integrated medicine not as a IU system in solos especially.
See, most interestingly, Americans hated that they have to buy Elsevier journals. Elsevier is Amsterdam based. And in fact, there are several publishers who are Amsterdam based. And all Americans have to publish in them and buy it. So they really hate it. I mean, India is in a position to be a leader in journal publishing.
I would say that we had some discussions initially in getting the, you have a homeopathy database, which that a collection of data. First of all, it's need to be curated to a particular structure and then given to us. But if you have a full text journals, I had told in the morning itself to Sir Khurana sir that if there are journals that you would like us to publish in our databases, we would consider it. But it has to go through the quality assurance, and it has to go through the vetted process. There is no shortcut to it because we sell our databases internationally and we cannot have shortcuts. So we will run it through, and if there are topics of interest or the journals of interest, we'll definitely take it. But I'll say that the only thing is for institutions like Ayush, I might have a different thinking from the way Dr. Arora said is, see, for a top journal to make it open source is a fine thing. But generally, open source could also be associated with cheap, right? So if you are in the NEJM, Lancet, Annals of Internal Medicine, or Gut or Circulation, sort of those sort of title status, then it's a different matter. If you are struggling, you are trying to come up, and I said in today's world, publishing takes a long time. The gestation period is significant, 25, 30 years to make a name. So in that category, if you, we primarily take paid publications. We don't take open access because selling the same criticism as you said now, you are taking open access and selling it back to us as open access. Again, comes back. For us, then that justification, when we create databases, we ensure that the open access percentage is not over 25. Okay, so if our threshold limit is already 25, we would not take your journal because we would be moving towards 50%. And when we tell a cost, we say customers will put it back to us and say, oh, 50% of your database is free titles, so it's not worthy. Like, those challenges would be there from a commercial perspective.
Thanks to all the panelists for their valuable inputs and for such an enlightening discussion. That will be the end of our panel discussion. Thank you. And I would like to invite the team of this session for the group photograph.
Thank you, panelists. I request Dr. Anil Khurana and Dr. Subhash Kaushik to please remain seated on the stage, please. We are going to start with our valedictory session, so please keep joining us on the stage. Thank you. But sir, we are going to wind up very quickly, sir. Not many formalities in this session. Thank you so much, panelists. Thank you, sir. Thank you. Correct. Just while we are making arrangements for the valedictory session, a couple of announcements. All the participants, physical participants and virtual participants, are going to get e-certificates on the emails. We have the email IDs with which you have registered. You will be getting your e-certificates in that email inbox. And we will also be sharing you a copy of all the PowerPoints that are presented today in the conference, so be assured about that as well. I also request Dr. O.P. Verma, Dr. Shaji Kumar is already here, thank you sir, Dr. O.P. Verma to join us on the stage, and Mrs. Meenakshi Bhatia, Junior Librarian. If she could also, if she can hear me, please join us on the stage to begin the session. I think we can start with the session, and Meenakshi ma'am can eventually join us. I first invite Dr. O.P. Verma, librarian CCRH, for his introductory remarks of the valedictory session. On the stage, please.
Respected Dr. Anil Khurana ji, Dr. Subhash Kaushik, Dr. Saji Kumar, Meenakshi Bhatia, and all delegates, a very good afternoon and a warm welcome to all of you to this valedictory session of National Conference 2022 on new digital trends and tools in clinical and decision support. Over the whole day, we have had deep insights into several features of medical e-resources. We focused on the challenges faced by researchers and medical professionals in communicating about their research, adding richness to their understanding of practice and policies, as well as transforming of digital mode. The various areas of topic were discussed by the invited eminent speaker in the field, which are salient features of clinical suite, best practices and solution for adopting digital resources for medical libraries, requirement and necessity of training to library professionals, need to be equipped with modern technologies, adoption of artificial intelligence software, capacity building of research scientists and library staff as well, one nation, one subscription, and highlights of dynamic database. After listening to the deliberations through the day, experiencing the level of enthusiasm among the participants, I am more than convinced that we all have been waiting for this day for so many months. This conference has given the opportunity to share our thoughts and ideas in the traditional format, which in newly found word is termed popularly as offline mode. A very lively session this morning in inaugural session, Dr. Sunil Ramteke shared his views about the research outcomes. Our DG, Dr. Subhash Kaushik, expressed his views on the advancement of digital storage facilities and web-based search engines has made access and retrieval of information easier. He added in his talk that we should initiate to publish evidence-based research outcomes. We had a national research scientist as a chief guest, Dr. Anil Khurana ji, Chairman, National Commission for Homeopathy, who inaugurated this national conference and expressed his views and shared his experience in the field of scientific research literatures in his inaugural address. During the day, 2 technical sessions were conducted very nicely, wherein our eminent speakers, Sri Saji John, Sri Sanjay Goswami, Dr. Surendra Rana, Dr. Jagdish Arora, Sri Satyajit Valyan, Sri Rajesh Bhatt, and Sri Shakti Bhatt in the field delivered their lectures on the various informative topics. Then a panel discussion session on the topic, Challenges for CAM journals and content in mainstream publishing, was nicely conducted by our learned panelists, Dr. Anil Khurana ji, Dr. Subhash Kaushik, Dr. Jagdish Arora, Dr. Saji John, and Sri Sanjay Goswami ji. Now we have with us Dr. Anil Khurana. Who else could have been a better and a more appropriate speaker at the validity session? Your presence, sir, is indeed a source of great motivation. We look forward to your validity address today and a warm welcome to you, sir. Now I may request our Rapporteur General, Dr. Saji Kumar, Research Officer S4, Scientist 4, CCRS, to give a crisp summary and the road ahead emanating from this one-day national conference. Thank you all once again on behalf of the organizing committee of CCRS. Thank you.
Good evening to all gathered here. The first technical session on EBSCO clinical suites started at 11:50 a.m. Mr. Shaji John, Vice President of Sales, Southeast Asia, Southeast Asia, EBSCO Information Services, India, and Mr. Sanjay Goswami, Director of Sales, Southeast Asia, EBSCO Information Services, India, gave a joint presentation. And the presenters gave a detailed description on EBSCO clinical suite, a single point clinical search gateway with the following highlights. EBSCO clinical suite provides 2 primary outcomes, that is faster discovery of accurate content and secured access. Large collection of various international as well as Indian journals including ICMR, Indian Journal of Pediatrics, etc. EBSCO has several intelligent tools such as Dynamed, which gives evidence-based information related to drug and its interactions, and Open Athens, which offers secure login. Available ebooks are easily downloadable and adding notes to it, giving user a platform for creating their own traveling library. It provides a portal for patient education reference center where they have disease-related handouts for the convenience of practitioner as well as the patient. EBSCO has ready-made subscription and packages for colleges for enrichment of libraries. The second session was on best practices and solutions for adopting digital resources for medical libraries, presented by Dr. Surendra Rana, Professor and Head Unit 3, Department of Gastroenterology, Professor in Charge, JIPMER, Chandigarh. Dr. Rana shared the evolution of Dr. Tulsi Das Library, that is of PGIMER Chandigarh, from a physical library to the digital library having approximately 65,000 books and 75,000 journals. The digitalization of PGI library had made the resources accessible globally more speedily and accurately. There were many challenges in digitalization of the library, such as preservation of print materials, ensuring multiple user access and limited reading spaces, etc. And other important highlights by creating the hybrid library, the modern features were leisure reading areas, high-speed internet, soundproof discussion rooms, standard textbooks in print form, and statistical and literary research support. And the post-lunch session started at 2:45 p.m. The first topic was simply access to your library resources, presented by Sri Satyajit Balyan, Director, EBSCO Information Services India Private Limited. He has highlighted the components of EBSCO in practice, like technically, like EBSCO Discovery Services, more than 400 sources integrated together in one platform. Scholarly Network Security Initiative, in short form it is SNSI. This is an important aspect of that is related to the security. And panorama of analytics give high level of matrices for the library. Statistics for various aspects can be assessed. And Folio, full form is Future of Library in Open, helps in how to combine management, discovery and analytics in this software. Bibliography is compared to a new component using BibFrame, that is the data model for bibliographical description, and multilingual search. These are the features which are available in EBSCO. And the second speaker was Dr. Jagdish Arora, Advisor, National Board of Accreditation, on the topic Roadmap for One Nation, One Subscription, Lesson to Learn from National Initiatives. Concept of consortium which brings together libraries to get access to maximum national and international sources which are academic and related to research. Feasible, economical and beneficial concepts. One nation, one subscription implemented. It should be made available to utilization for a considerable time and to be monitored. Whenever there is an investment, there should be adequate return, that is input leading to output and outcome. The third session was presented by, it's a joint presentation by Sri Rajesh Bhatt and Shakti Watts. They are the employees of EBSCO Information Services. They are presented on biochemical research databases and clinical decision support tools. They made a detailed presentation or a demo which was given on the website www.dynamed.com, and how to use it and how to navigate. So that was the topic by them. And the last was the panel discussion. During the panel discussion, challenges for researchers as well as the research journals were discussed. Matters pertaining to how recommendations are developed and how these can be, research papers and recommendations can be useful for practitioners, researchers and students. There were 5 panelists on various experiences including research academics, practice regulations, database aggregators as well as service providers. Such a diverse group of panelists provided insight into how the quality of publications can be improved and how this can be taken across the desired audience in the format which is most desirable for them. We heard practitioners' expectations from Dr. Subhash Kaushik, DG CCRH, and the need to updating ourselves to remain in clinical practice and to know better about the current research practices in homeopathy. And we had academic expectations from Dr. Anil Khurana, Chairman NCH, the need of publications by students of homeopathy and how that will be enriching them in their future endeavors. We also heard from data aggregator and spectators expectations from their process and working from Mr. Sanjay Goswami, Mr. Shaji John and Dr. Jagdish Arora, brought together about in common about the guidelines for writing the scientific publications and areas of publishing done by EBSCO and its expertise, as well as importance of artificial intelligence and technology in publishing industry. So this was in short about the proceedings of the event today. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Shaji sir, for that conference report, well elaborated conference report. Thank you so much. I now request Dr. Subhash Kaushik, Director General CCRH, for his remarks, please. Ji, sure, sir.
So we are already shortage of time. So as a clinician, as Dr. Shaji just said, if we get evidence-based research recommendations, then as a clinician, it will positively affect our treatment by number one, time saving. We can save our time. then we are more confidence in our prescribing, then higher efficiency in prescribing, then number 4, we can feel safe against things when going wrong. And number 5, self-satisfaction, that you are doing your best. Because your prescription is not based on your experience, but your expertise has come up by pulling of experience and experimental knowledge of many others. Thank you very much. All the best and happy learning. Short and sweet.
Thank you, sir, for that short and sweet talk. Now I request Dr. Anil Khurana, Chairperson NCH, for his valedictory address, please.
I was just talking to Mr. Verma ji. This is a very encouraging news for me, because we started this on file. We got 100 users license from EBSCO, and what he told me that every user is 100 user. All users are using this EBSCO now, and they are using these 2 platforms which we are now with us, to e-library and another one is Medline. Okay. So this is a good feature from our side, and you are all using that. That is also very encouraging on that side. And whatever we have deliberated today, I think this was a very enlightening sessions for us, and quite different in nature that I have not seen in my career. But the build-up of this kind of an aptitude on learning toward digital solutions, that is now the mainstay of today's time. So let's take up to that in our day-to-day activities. All researchers, young researchers are there from headquarters, Noida. I think this should now go to other institutes also, our scientists who are there in bigger institutes. And whatever literature review we could do possibly from this, and I just listened to that Dynomed also. It's a quite good platform to learn about bedside even in the clinic side. You can just consult that features at that side. And it will enrich our knowledge, because most of the time when we pass out from the college, many times we forget many of this information which we learned at the college side time, because we are not into domain of that clinical practice on day-to-day basis. But being a researcher, we are just focusing on 1 or 2 topics. We are taking that topic for 2 or 3 years, and unless we publish, and then we take up another research project. But clinical side, the Dynomed will help us in enriching our knowledge on those topics which is mentioned there in that particular package, their database. So thanks to all, and thanks to the CCRH for taking up such an initiative. And certainly I am going to take up this whole aspect into the college side, education side. That is my now full attention towards that, and taking up research and using all these kind of digital information to the college faculties first, and then to the students. So I gained a lot from these all discussions. Thank you so much. And I wish all of us scientists to give an optimum outcome out of this learning. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. We are just carrying forward with the teachings that you have given to us during your tenure as Director General and all through your career. Thank you so much, sir, for the good words and of encouragement. EBSCO is kind enough to also honor the working group of the conference. There were some members who were consistently working to make this conference a success. I request Mr. Sanjay Goswami and Ms. Rashmi Chaudhary to please be on the stage for the felicitation of the working group members. Thank you. Mrs. Rashmi, if you can also join, please. I would start taking the names of the officers who will be honored, and if they are not present, so I request their staff to please be on the stage quickly. Dr. Renu Mittal. Dr. Shweta, please receive the memento on her behalf. Dr. Chetna Deep Lamba, if we have her staff, I think Dr. Sanmeet was around. If you can please collect her memento.
Dr. Pratha Mehra. This is for Dr. Renu Mittal, Dr. Shweta collecting the memento. Dr. Sanmeet collecting the memento on behalf of Dr. Chetna. Okay, I will call it. I'm just speaking in the order of the list, sir. So Dr. Divya's name will also come. Dr. Chetna Deep Lamba, memento. Dr. Sanmeet is collecting it, please. Next up is Dr. Pratha Mehra. Dr. Divya Taneja, Shweta, I think you'll have to do the honors once again. Thank you so much. I will take leave from this mic for just a while. I'll collect the mic for myself. Thank you. And next we have Dr. Deepti Singh. Dr. Deepti Singh, please. Round of applause, please, Dr. Deepti Singh. And Dr. Ritika Narula, please join us on the stage. Next, we have the associated staff. Dr. Ritika. Chakka nahi sir, century mari hai seedha. Dr. Tanya Chatterjee, Dr. Shalini, Dr. Daisy, please line up as I call your names. Dr. Ashwini, Dr. Sanmeet, Dr. Shweta, if you can please line up at the side of the stage. Dr. Babita, Dr. Pankhuri, Dr. Pia, Dr. Rajni, Ms. Nisha, and Mr. Devendra Singh. Dr. Tanya, please proceed. Followed by Dr. Shalini. Dr. Tanya, please. Round of applause, please, if you can just help us, because this is just a token of encouragement from EBSCO to the working group of the conference. Dr. Shalini. Thank you. Dr. Daisy Katarmal. Dr. Ashwini. Do we have Dr. Ashwini? Okay, Dr. Ashwini. Dr. Sanmeet Kaur. I hope those who are virtually joined with us are at least clapping for us. The physical ones are tired clapping. Thank you. Dr. Babita. Okay. आपका तो नाम ही नाम है बस. Dr. Babita. Dr. Shweta, please. Dr. Shweta Singh. Dr. Pankhuri. Dr. Pia, Dr. Rajni. Pooja, I'm so sorry, it's handwritten, I'm so sorry. That's Dr. Pooja. Dr. Pooja, please proceed. Thank you, and Dr. Rajni. And then we have Ms. Nisha and Mr. Devendra Singh as well. Ms. Nisha is associated with Mrs. Meenakshi Bhatia, and she is the one who's been working the most, I guess, day in and day out with Mr. Devendra Singh. Thank you so much. Thank you, Ms. Rashmi and Mrs. Sanjay. Thank you so much for joining us on the stage. I request Mrs. Meenakshi Bhatia, Junior Librarian, to propose vote of thanks and conclude the session. Okay. Yes, we left with felicitating Dr. Shaji Kumar, sir. I think we have not given you a token of appreciation yet. So I request, may I call upon EBSCO again or? Yes. Okay.
So Mr. Sanjay, if you can just join us back quickly for a while, please. And yeah, so this one was somehow remaining Dr. Shaji Kumar receiving memento from Mr. Sanjay Goswami of EBSCO. Big round of applause, please. He was kind enough to not give you a very detailed, very huge conference report, I guess. So thank you so much, sir. And Mrs. Meenakshi Bhatia, over to you. Thank you.
Dear esteemed guests, my seniors and colleagues, on behalf of the organizing committee, I would like to extend a heartfelt vote of thanks to each and every one of you for being a part of this conference. We are truly honored to have such a diverse and talented group of individuals in attendance. I would like to express our sincere gratitude to our keynote speakers, panelists, and presenters for sharing their valuable insight and knowledge with us. Your contribution have made this conference a truly enriching experience for all of us. I would like to thank our partner for their generous support and invaluable assistance in making this conference a success. Without this support, this conference would not have been possible. Finally, I would like to express my appreciation to the organizing committee for their tireless efforts in organizing this conference. Their dedication and hard work have made this conference a reality. Thank you all once again for being a part of this conference. We hope that you have gained new insights, made valuable connections, and had a memorable experience. Thank you very much.
On behalf of the organizing committee, I am grateful and thankful by my heart to Dr. Harleen Kaur. So please, Talia, to Harleen Kaur for making this event grand success. Thank you.
Thank you all. You have been great audience. Thank you for the patience. Thank you. And you should give us full marks for finishing it on time. It's not 6 yet or just 6 yet. So we're not asking you to stay longer. Thank you so much. Thank you.
ये पहले उठा लेते हैं, ये हमारे गायब हो जाते हैं एकदम से।
अच्छा, इसकी बैटरी खराब हो गई है क्या?
नहीं तो
पता नहीं, वर्क नहीं कर रहा था। ये तो हैंग हो गया है भाई।